Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day, sir. Hi, everybody. Happy to see you guys here on this Tuesday/Wednesday, depending on where you are in the planet. Hope everybody had a great day. Happy to see all my friends here. I'm just, the first thing I saw is this comment about teaching. So yes, I teach people Russian. I try to sneak it in whenever I can. You're exactly right, Copperforce. Y'all have probably seen me do that even on STS. So happy to see everybody here. Abby, your pizza looked amazing. Was it like stuffed with cheese? I'm vegan, but it looked amazing. Not that you can't make that shit vegan anyway. So everybody's got their commands. Love it. All right, squirrel dance party. Bing, boom. So let me see what all of you guys have said. Triple R Wifey's got, she's like secret mod, right? She's like the first to, every video, she's the first to be in the chat. I just love it. So she's got, oh, how cute. I love that, Wifey. That is so cute. It's us. It's our happy throuple. Is that the right word? Us and our husband, Nightbot. Orphans. Y'all are fucking hilarious. Oh my God. You guys. Oh dear. You guys are so funny. Oh wow, so it was stuffed with all kinds of things. Holy crap, that's insane. It is our weird family. That's exactly right. Who says you can't marry a robot? Yeah, that looked really good. I think pizza dough is easier than bread because you don't have to worry about like proofing, right? Or do you? I can't remember. Elon. That's a great point. Yep. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about that, but you know what? Anything for you and Nightbot. So what were y'all doing today? Did you guys so much going on in the world? Were you guys watching any of this? Trials? ESN, what was your situation today, my friend? Were you staying out of the care and read chats and whatnot? I know that some of y'all have been catching up with Runkle, which I just love. Oh wow. Wow. That's like saying I'll quote Runkle, actually. I'll quote Runkle from his recap of Cure and Read when he was discussing with the detectives. It's like deciding you're going to learn to ride a bike and deciding, hey, like, I'm going to try my hand at the Tour de France for the very first time. That's what that pizza was like. That looked like a masterpiece. Oh, okay. That's good. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, so you guys, I wonder if my brother's there. I haven't even looked. Oh, that's awesome. I'm happy to hear that. I wonder if my brother is out there because he was, as some of you guys saw, he was live streaming 2 days ago, and it was his first time doing that, and he didn't tell me he was going to do it. It was just hilarious. I think what happened was he didn't know it was a thing, and Black Witter was there. Black Witter, I just wanted to say, dude, hold on. Like, let me turn my music down. So I was just saying, my brother, he never said he was going to start live streaming. He must have learned because, he popped in the chat here. And like, I didn't know he was going to be doing this. He didn't tell anybody in the family. I didn't get a notification. And I learned from Black Widow, this incredible, beautiful person right here, because she was watching it. I didn't even understand what she meant at first because I didn't know he was doing it. And then I went back and watched it and I saw her in the chat. Black Widow, I don't even know. Just my heart that you were watching my brother's live stream and supporting him on his first time. I don't even know if he knew how to read the chat or anything, but that was just I don't even have words. And it was really funny because he was like driving along and like narrating, and I didn't catch this part, but my mom said at some point he starts singing to himself. Remind you of anybody? But yeah, you were there. I saw, and I was like, oh my God, like I did not know that was happening, but that is amazing. Oh, okay, right, that makes sense. But I wonder if he's still doing coverage out there. Yeah. Candace, did you live somewhere in Tornado Alley? Because I know you're in California now. All right, wait, I'm trying to remember. Are you in Southern California? I can't remember exactly. I know you're in California though. Ride on Josephine. Why does that ring a bell? Ride on Josephine. Yeah, why? That rings a bell. I can't remember why. Do I know them? Oh, you used to live in Oklahoma. Yeah. There you go. Oh, was she? Okay, so maybe I know the name because she was on YouTube. Okay, righto. Yeah, I recognize that name. That's why I was like, should I know that? Yeah, that rings a bell. So I'm sorry about that, to hear that though. Yeah, so oh, that's okay, Candace. Okay, you're over by Santa Barbara. I don't know why I said it like that. Central Coast. Okay, cool. That seems like a temperate weather situation. Oh, she was into storm chasing. That's cool. So DSN, I have a question for you. Are you from New Jersey by chance? Well, actually, Copper, I don't know if Copper's from New Jersey, but she's in New Jersey. I feel like she's from New Jersey. I could be wrong. Some people, they like are from one place and then they live in other places, and then it gets harder to remember where everybody is/was. That's a hard no from DSN. That's okay. You don't have to. You don't have to be from New Jersey. It's okay. I think what it was like the states with two names, right? Because I know that you were in New Hampshire, as I lovingly call it, and then I know you're in Rhode Island, and so then if you think about I wonder how many states have two names. Does anyone know off the top of their heads? There's quite a few, and they're not all on the East Coast. We have New Mexico, North Dakota, South Dakota. This is a fun game. Let's see if we can think of them all. Oh, I used to live in New Hampshire. Cool. Wow. Yep. Okay, Copper's an NG. That's what I thought. All right, which chat was this? Was this? Which chat was that, Blackwater? I did it. That's funny. That's funny. I've never been to New Hampshire. I've never been to Rhode Island. And again, you guys have heard me say this before. In my mind, I'm like, unless I had to drive through there to get to New York, because as you all know, my U.S. geography is terrible, but my world geography is on point. Just ask Wifey. She's seen. I get the world all on one guess most of the time. If not one guess, two. But my U.S. geography. So, but anyway, I've never spent time in New Hampshire or Vermont or Rhode Island or Maine or anything like that. Massachusetts. So I have but I'm sure I know those places are all beautiful. I've never been, again, same thing. Like, I guess we must have driven through New Jersey to get to New York, upstate New York, but never, stayed there for any time. Candace says she's lived too many places. That's, it's too bad Secret Planet Girl's not here because she lived in Tunisia for a couple of years, which is like, you never hear from Tunisia. You know what I mean? I'm like, that is sick. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Wow. See, isn't it so funny how states are like that? They're all so different, right? Yeah. So I was listening. I wasn't able to be in the chat. I heard some of Chad's trial today. Because Zulama was on the stand. Actually, what happened was I put it on the TV in the background as I was doing other stuff, and I didn't see it, but I heard it, and within 2 seconds, I was like, that's Zulama on the stand, because I remember her voice from Lori's trial, but I didn't get to listen to the whole thing. I think she was on the stand for a while, and did I catch any Karen Reed? Not really. Maybe a little bit. I think I caught the beginning part where they were trying to get in some of those exhibits, but yeah, that's sad that you guys lost. Yeah, I remember that name from somewhere. I don't know which channel it was, but I remember seeing it because it is a very memorable name. Blackwater's almost be changing her picture. What are we looking at now, Blackwater? She keeps us on our toes. Let me do this also. Bleep, 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 bleep. Let's pull this up too. Because we can. Yeah, Tunisia. So one thing let me tell you guys something cool. So my, oh shit, that's insane. You could go to the trial. Well, actually, you couldn't because it's too small. I don't think anyone can get in, but still, that's interesting. You could go visit the house. You felt so inclined. So my Russian teacher, he's actually Ukrainian, but as with most Ukrainians, they grow up speaking they have two mother tongues, right? Russian and Ukrainian. And prior to the invasion, to the war, most Ukrainians spoke Russian, in Ukraine, to each other. But I know that has since changed. They're trying to, they're putting more of an emphasis on speaking Ukrainian. But again, everybody there is, from what he's told me, is, just speaks both. And of course, he also learned English. So he's fluent in, he's fluent in 3 languages and almost fluent in 4 because he's almost fluent in Spanish. But anyway, but check this out, y'all. So he teaches lessons virtually, to people. And so he teaches people, he can teach them English, Russian, Ukrainian. And so all his students are all over the world and stuff like that. Right. And so it's kind of similar to me with teaching virtually and stuff. But the difference is that he is traveling the world, and he left the country. He left Ukraine right before Russia invaded. So what happened was he actually can't go back. His family is still there. He left to go travel for a time and then to come back, and then he couldn't come back, basically. So because if he did, he wouldn't be able to leave, and then they would put him into the army. So but what he does is really cool because he's seeing every country in the world. So he has this laptop. That's all he needs for teaching. And sometimes he'll be in a country for a week, sometimes it's a couple days, sometimes it's a couple months. It just kind of depends. But he's been to almost every country in Europe. And then, so every time we would have a lesson, it's like he's in a different country, right? Almost. And then right now he's been making his way through Central and South America. He's in Peru right now and about to go to Colombia. And then after that, he's going to be in Argentina. Oh my God, these rabbits in my backyard are doing the cutest thing I've ever seen. They look like they're doing karate matches. Like they're like, hiya. Oh my God, it's so cute. Oh my God, and now they're taking a break to eat some grass. Oh my gosh, that is so cute. I have never seen him. Oh, here they go. They're doing karate chopping. Oh my God. And then every couple seconds, then they just stop and then they just freeze and they just stare at each other. This is hilarious. They stop and they stare at each other and then they start eating again. Oh my gosh. So yeah, so basically I think it's super cool because he's like basically like he's able to work while traveling the world and just work from anywhere, and oh my God, that is so cute. You guys, this is insane. These bunnies, what are they doing? So what he does too is he has like 2 days a week where he doesn't teach. So on those days, so he does like whatever the culture is, like wherever he's at, like he gets involved with that and like, it's really interesting. So he'll like sometimes he'll like send me stuff too from different places he's at. And, he's living kind of like out of a backpack. It's insane. No, I'm inside, wifey. I'm just looking out. I have lots of windows because I love windows. And, I'm looking out I'm in my violin room. I call it my violin room, but it's also where I have my computer and all this. And so, but I have it where I have windows all around me and I can see my backyard. I have a huge backyard. So whenever I'm teaching or live streaming, as long as it's light outside still, I can watch all the animal activities in the backyard. The squirrels are always in the front because that's where the big maple tree is. So the backyard is different variety. I could go on and on about the different animals that are here. Oh, and I saw a new one the other day. What was it? Oh, I saw a new animal. It was like some type of weasel with a large butt. It was like I don't even know, a groundhog or something. It was again, I'm added to the list of crazy new animals like in this backyard. We've got the family of the red foxes. We've got the falcon. So yeah. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Are you gonna have to move out of your hovel, Blackwitter? Or do you want to move out of your hovel? Yeah, it was a large butted weasel. Yeah, and like I don't know if you guys have heard of what's his name, Robert Goddard or something, but it's the dude who's like the real life Indiana Jones, and so he's got this list of everything he wants to do. It's like a bucket list. Like this dude's known for this, and he passed away at like a really old age. But the list is in categories, and it's like has like boxes where you can check the boxes, and everything is like really super ambitious on there, and it includes all kinds of things. The list is hundreds of things long, but when you see his list, because he has it online, it's like everything is checked off except for a handful of things, and one of them is go to the moon. but like the list is like it's pretty crazy, and so my Russian teacher actually he is kind of living his life modeled after that list. But what's so crazy is the one thing he can't manage to do is get into the US. He has been trying for a couple of years. And it is so hard to get a visa when you don't have a way to prove permanent residency elsewhere, as what the thing is. So because of the fact that he's been displaced from his country, right? And he's just traveling around, he can't prove that he won't just stay in the US. And that's what you have to do to get a visa. So he has already been working for like 2 years to get a visa. And I just heard from him the other day, it's going to be another 2+ years probably First, what he has to do, you guys, is insane. Just so you guys can appreciate this. He thinks what he's going to have to do is become literally get dual citizenship to become an Argentinian citizen in Argentina. So first he has to do things to get that to happen. And then once he's a citizen of Argentina for long enough, then maybe he can get a visa to come to America. So he's actually thinking he might go back and get another degree in college in Argentina, just again, try to prove like residency to come to the US. Like it's a years and years process. And so I was joking with him. I was like, wow, all this just to come to the US. And that's when he was like, well, I have to. He was like, and that's when he said that going to the Outer Banks of North Carolina is on his bucket list, modeled after that dude. So that's where that ties together. But oh, so is government housing nice where you are, Blackwater? Because like here, that like here, that would not be good. He did spend time in Ireland. He spent maybe a month or two in Ireland, and actually he started learning penny whistle. He called it the tin whistle. But he said that Ireland, if I recall, I'm trying to remember because he's been so many places. I think he said Ireland was pretty expensive. That was one of his things. But I remember he said there was something he got there that he really liked that you couldn't get other places. I'm trying to remember what it was. It's so funny because every country has its own unique things. And I love learning all these little quirks about these different countries from him. Like, for example, it's the little thing. Like he'll be in a random country and it's like the funniest brand of knockoff Oreo in the convenience store, and he'll take a picture and send it to me. It's really funny. Or just stuff like that. Like it's really funny. Okay, the beach is beautiful and lovely. Well, that's great. I mean, I hope the house is decent, right? Like I hope it's a good it is really, really interesting. And you get to learn so much about these different countries. And especially too, because it's like the way he does it, it's not tourist, right? Because he's not on vacation. So he actually, everywhere that he goes, he stays in like an Airbnb, right? And so what he does is he usually does, this is really cool. He does this thing where he does like pet sitting. So they find, and I can't imagine how this happens in the US because I think people would be too afraid for their safety. But this is wild that like in his experience all over the world, this is a normal thing. So wrap your heads around this guy. So what he does is he does this like, it's like an Airbnb exchange where people have a cat or they have a dog or both, and they're going to be gone for a while. And so they let you stay in their house for free and you just pet sit for them and plant sit, right? If they have plants. And sometimes they'll have instruments there and they're like, yeah, you can play the instruments and stuff. Like, and so he's in these people's houses and they're all nice houses, but he stays for free just for watching their pets. So any like income that he has just goes to like doing what he loves, and he doesn't, I don't know, it's brilliant, really. But I just always think about how funny that is. Like people in the US, I can't imagine doing that. I feel like people would be worried of each other. I feel like a person who's traveling would be like, oh, are they going to just try to plot to kill me? And then the person who's like maybe going to rent their house out would be like, are they going to steal all my shit? Like, I don't know. It's interesting, right? But that's not even a concept for other people in other countries. There's no thought of danger. There's no thought of that. Okay, well, that's nice. If you decide to get a plant, get an orchid so you can have an orchid, but you don't keep it outside though. Is it going to be nicer where you're at now? But yeah, the other thing about European countries, just to say this too, because he was trying to get the visa while he was in Europe as well. The thing about the European countries is that when you have to go and meet with like the embassy periodically or whatever to try to like reapply, and in European countries the wait list is so long, and that's part of why he actually came to Central and like South America, is because the wait list to like meet with like, I'm calling it the embassy, I can't remember if that's the right word, but something like that, to meet with them and like reapply is much quicker. Like for example, when he was in like Italy, he was going to do one there or try to like reapply there, and the wait list was like 2 years. That's the wait list just to meet. That's not how long it takes to get the visa. So like that would be added to the years he's already spent. So it's just like crazy. Oh, okay. Well, I hope you get it, Black Widow. When do you find out if you'll be able to go? Okay, so let me pause this music. So here's what we got going on today. We got quite a lot. Okay, so
it's a house.
So what I wanted to do is I wanted to start, because it came up yesterday in the Karen Read with Emily. We've got some fun stuff planned before we get into the documents. So because it came up with Emily, what we're going to do is we're going to start with a little oldie buddy goodie, you guys. I hope you're ready to laugh and hurt laugh, cry laugh, hurting laugh, all the good types of laughter. I hope you guys are ready. So we're going to have a little trip down memory lane that is relevant here.
Put my hands in their armpits to determine how warm they are. This is one of the things we do sometimes to try and estimate a time of death. Is the body cold?
What?
Is the body warm? And one of the other things we check
this
for
is
is
why
what
the
they call
prosecution called
Riger.
the pathologist.
And Riger is basically
Riger.
When a person dies, the body goes through this process, and as it goes through this process, your joints start to stiffen up.
Is it Riger or Rigger? I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
I call it Riger.
I call it Rigger, but so I'll...
Most people call it rigor.
That's fine.
Never said Riger. Was there Rigger or Riger?
There was not.
Show me what you did, and you did it both to Paul.
Oh,
and
God.
Yes.
Oh, please don't stick your hands in Dick's armpits. Oh, no.
Could you
No.
step down here, please?
Sure.
No.
Paul,
I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying.
Like, you know what's
They were
coming.
covered with a sheet
You know what's
initially
coming.
when I got.
You know what's coming. You can't stop it. You can't. There's nothing we can do to stop this from happening right now.
And you went up to Paul, and where did you put your hand?
Oh, God. Here we go.
Which way Paul was.
Right, left,
Okay.
right.
Basically, what I did is I lifted his arm up just a little bit here, and I stick my hand up into the armpit.
Thank you, Coroner. Please answer any questions.
Here we go. This is the part. This is my favorite part. So, a new character. Who is this guy? It's literally, who are you? Who are you?
Who is that?
Like,
Mr. Harvey.
this conversation between these two, it's like they walked into, it's like Creighton and Poot walked into like a retirement home or something and just found two. Uh-oh. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Something happened to my sound. Hold on. Two individuals that maybe have like Alzheimer's or dementia, but they're like harmless and like just pulled them in. You guys want to play trial? Let's do trial day, dress up and literally bring them in. I mean, this
Who is this?
And you did not use rectal or any sort of thermometer on that night.
No, sir.
Why are there new characters?
Yeah. And isn't it true that the best way to determine the actual time of death, particularly in a violent homicide, is to take the temperature?
Yes.
Yet, as I understand your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, you really do not have a general idea as to when that incident actually occurred.
That's right. Yes, sir. That's true.
Because you didn't take the temperature.
Right. And thermometers are not always accurate.
Oh my God, this is the best part. So I know I'm actually trying, I might be laughing. I'm trying not to talk because I know it is confusing. So this is like going back and forth between Emily and then me from when we live streamed it. So that's why you can hear me making those jokes and you can see y'all's comments from before whenever we first had it happen. But I'm not saying anything now. I might be laughing in the background though, because I can't not. Oh, we got a Poot.
Either, so
Hold on. We got a Poot. Oh man, I think that's the face he makes when he's trying to woo the ladies, the lady Poots. I don't even know. What kind of tea block would are you making? Oh, these bunnies are so cute.
and that's one thing that we've learned over the years. I mean, we do have, and actually we now have the I can't think ultraviolet light, the light that shoots for the forehead. But what I've determined with that is that it's not necessarily accurate. Is that I may shoot it at the forehead and it'll say 99 degrees, but if I shoot it in your ear, it might say 103.
That's right.
So I mean, they're not.
Oh my God. Let me pause this real quick. Let me see if let me unplug this and see if this will make anything differently. Because I feel like okay, let's see. I think I have too many things open. Let's see if this helps at all with the sound. Okay, let me rewind. This is just a smidge. This is incredible. This is, you can't make this stuff up.
9 degrees, but if I shoot it in your ear, it might say 103.
That's right.
So I mean, they're not necessarily accurate either.
That's correct. And it's also impacted by body
Exactly.
weight. Correct?
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Age, elderly
Yes, sir.
versus youth. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Elderly versus youth is my
And the
favorite
weather.
part.
Yes,
Correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
Elderly versus.
If they were covered
Oh my God.
by
Yes,
a
sir.
sheet, that
Which
would,
they were at that time when I initially got
that
it.
could maintain something.
Yes, sir.
If they got wet through rain, that
You guys, this is that could maintain something. They got wet through. I have to rewind. This is my favorite part of the whole thing. Is starting with like the elderly versus youth. I mean, all of it's great, but this is just. Oh my God.
if they were covered by a
Yes, sir.
sheet,
Necessarily accurate either.
that's
Here we
correct. And it's also impacted by body weight. Correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Age, elderly
Yes, sir.
versus youth.
Yes,
Correct?
sir.
And the weather.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
If they were covered by a
Yes, sir.
sheet, that
Which
would,
they were at that time when I initially got it.
that could maintain something.
Yes, sir.
If they got wet
does that even
through
mean?
rain, that could affect it.
That could, yeah, that could
And
definitely.
you had rain at that time, didn't you?
It had not rained hard at that point. Both
Not
of their
hard.
both of their hairs were heads of hair were dry.
Okay. But the bodies were warm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Based upon
And
your,
Riger had not started.
yeah, and that usually begins to occur within
Riger.
1 to 3 hours.
1 to 3
Right.
hours.
He
So
doesn't
that's the
dispute
time
that's
frame that
Riger.
I was looking at.
Okay. And you
doesn't
walk
dispute it.
around the area, got close to them.
He's like, yeah, Riger's fine with me.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that
I
correct?
can't.
And you were walking in the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
We established that.
No further questions. Sir.
Mic drop. Mic drop, you guys.
Sure.
He's like, no further. I can't.
Two questions. You remember when Sled showed up?
I do have probably the times for that.
Oh, you guys, I forgot about this part. Y'all, if you only knew how much. Both of their hairs. Yes, both of their ears. I know, it's too much. It's too much. I like it.
This is the defense's first witness. I see why the state called the pathologist and not the coroner. Could you imagine if the state had called this guy, what the defense cross-examination would be like? Because I can.
Oh, that's he slid
Okay,
in.
I'm not joking when I tell you the amount of dead silence that I had cut from this was unbelievable. To answer this, and the funniest thing is like sometimes there's silence, but there's like background noise or people are talking or like there's papers shuffling or there's something happening. Literally, the whole courtroom is not even. It was through
everyone takes a nap and they have time.
And I simply,
So hold on. So a couple things. First of all, a third bunny has joined in the bunny karate fight in the backyard, or play. It's play. They're playing. It's too much for me. But also, how relevant, right? Let me find this part that Emily says that makes this comment, because it's going to be very relevant for what we're about to see here in a second. When she says, "Can you imagine if the state called this guy? What that would be like?" That white famous for watching. All around it.
This is the defense's first witness. I see why the state called the pathologist and not the coroner. Could you imagine if the state had called this guy, what the defense cross-examination would be like?
Thank you, Emily. That was a great segue into our next video. You guys ready? You guys ready? We've got I put this together. Y'all, I hope you like this. This is picking up from where we left off because you guys enjoyed watching this. Let's see what we got. Oh, let me remove my. There we go. Hold on. Let me start that over because my thing was in the way. That's what she said. That's exactly what's happening.
That's right. Have you ever used a leaf blower in a crime scene preservation effort?
First time.
First time?
Oh, no.
And you
Oh,
indicated
He's using a
your
leaf blower. First time for that. There's a lot more firsts coming here.
testimony was temporary evidence containers to collect that blood, correct?
Yep, we utilized cups, plastic cups.
Those were red Solo cups, right?
That's correct.
The same kind of red Solo cup you drink beer out of at a barbecue?
Yeah, sure, you could. Objection, Your Honor. That's right.
Allow it.
There's nothing special about the red Solo cup?
Other than their plastic, nothing special.
And where did you get those red Solo cups?
We got them from Lieutenant Kelleher.
So in other words, you got
So they're using a leaf blower and red Solo cups to find and gather evidence. Just imagine that. I mean, we've seen trials where, now there's a couple things. We've seen trials where the chain of custody has been such a big deal,
Peter's
and
brain.
they have tried to
We're gonna get there.
say things are contaminated or not real. I mean, think about the Brian Koberger case and all the hearings we're seeing there, over the DNA evidence, over the testing, over the preservation, everything. And then we have red Solo cups here with no caps on them, and he's going to be getting to it.
Yep.
This is embarrassing. This is horrible. This is
Abby, I just want to say, if you missed it, I can't remember if you were here yesterday when we watched the first part of this, but I was telling the story about how I was listening actually to the trial, and I was doing some grocery shopping. I was at the Harris Teeter, suckling at the teat, as I call it, and that I was listening to, and it was the part where they were getting into the Solo cups, and I was listening to EDB's streaming it, and I was screaming and I initially was laughing. I was in the grocery store, right? But I was laughing out loud, and then eventually I literally screamed out loud. But it was not possible to not as I was listening to it. And I mean, it was like normally I wouldn't be listening to stuff in the grocery store, but it was like I couldn't pause it to go in to go get my lettuce and stuff because I didn't want to miss it. So that's why. So I listened to it in the store, and then anyway, let me rewind this just a second. We're never going to see, hopefully, God willing, anything like this ever again in trial. Hopefully. Yeah. Oh, that's an oldie but a goodie right there.
Right. Have you ever used a leaf blower in a crime scene preservation effort?
First time.
First time. And you indicated
he's using a leaf blower. First time for that. There's a lot more firsts coming here.
your testimony was temporary evidence containers to collect that blood, correct?
Yep, we utilized cups, plastic cups.
Those were red Solo cups, right?
That's correct.
The same kind of red Solo cup you drink beer out of at a barbecue?
Yeah, sure, you could. Objection, Your Honor. That's right.
Allow it.
There's nothing special about the red Solo cup?
Other than their plastic, nothing special.
And where did you get those red Solo cups?
We got them from Lieutenant Kelleher.
So in other words, you got
So they're using a leaf blower and red Solo cups to find and gather evidence. Just imagine that. I mean, we've seen trials where, now there's a couple things. We've seen trials where the chain of custody has been such a big deal, and they have tried to say things are contaminated or not real. I mean, think about the Brian Koberger case and all the hearings we're seeing there, over the DNA evidence, over the testing, over the preservation, everything. And then we have red solo cups here with no caps on them, and he's going to be getting to it. This is embarrassing. This is horrible. This is not how it's supposed to be.
You couldn't determine exactly how he was positioned, right?
Not precisely.
From head to toe, right?
Not precisely.
Where his arms or his hands were.
That is correct. Yes.
He's a 6'2" man, correct?
I don't know.
You don't even know that?
I don't know his size. No.
If I told you that he's over 6 feet tall, would you have any quarrel with that?
If Mr. Lally told me, I would take it as fact.
Fair enough.
Really? Really?
To use your words, the evidence containers from a neighbor.
Correct.
He had some solo cups in his house.
We asked him if he had any plastic containers, any type of plastic container that we could utilize.
How far?
They went like door to door to the neighbors and were like, anybody got a plastic container? Like, if I told another lawyer that this is what my file looked like, they would tell me bullshit. Like, no. And they'd be like, the Crown's withdrawing this, right? Once they believed it. So, yeah.
So let me just say something real quick. First of all, I don't remember if I did Blackwitter's command. So Blackwater Island is in the house. But also, just for anyone who's not as familiar watching now or on Replay Crew, the Crown, he's Canadian, right? So, but the point of that statement is the Crown would be withdrawing it. That is the same sentiment that I have and many people have, which is the Crown would be the equivalent here to the state of, or the Commonwealth rather, Massachusetts. Like the government should not be bringing this case, is what he's saying. Like he's saying that would be just that's the only possible outcome is the government. How can someone bring this case? And I have that same feeling about this.
You didn't go back to Kenton PD to get actual evidence containers, correct?
We wouldn't have temporary plastic containers that what we were looking for. We're looking to take samples of snow. We wouldn't have, I know for a fact we did not have those. If we needed bags, needle containers, things of that nature, we're all set. But as far as plastic containers that we wanted to utilize, we didn't have them.
Do you have any glass containers?
No.
So Kenton PD does not have or utilize evidence collection containers that are plastic?
We have needle containers that are plastic. We have blood swabs that are in plastic containers. But for what we wanted to take a sample, we did not have. So we improvised.
But it's like, so never in the history of this department have they ever wanted to gather anything like this? It makes no sense. I mean, I can't believe that this is true. It makes absolutely no sense.
Correct.
What are we doing if that is the case? And then to go to red solo cups is like the worst option you could go to, I feel like.
So PD does not have or utilize evidence collection containers that are plastic?
We have needle containers that are plastic. We have blood swabs that are in plastic containers.
Wait, you have blood containers? I'm just like, how do you get to we have blood containers, better use the solo cup? Because
There's the goat. There's the goat.
one of them is literally a blood container. Literally a blood container. Did he just go like blood container, clear plastic, solo cup, red? The red thing's got to be for blood, right? We've got these containers for blood, but I didn't want to use the blood container.
But for what we wanted to take a sample, we did not have. So we improvised.
My next question is, certainly Kenton PD employs and owns sterile swabs.
Correct.
Sterile swab is...
So we improvised has got to be the most terrifying phrase for crime scene investigation, right?
Did you go to Kenton PD a mile away and get sterile swabs for the blood collection?
Blood was frozen. We didn't think it would be viable.
You didn't think it would be viable?
Correct.
If you
The blood was frozen. What do you think they do with the samples? They refrigerate. Oh my God.
Supposed to.
Be a mile away and get sterile swabs for the blood collection.
Blood was frozen. We didn't think it would be viable.
You didn't think it would be viable?
Correct.
If you
Is he a scientist? Like, the answer should have been, we took it back, we tried to swab it, it didn't work. It wasn't viable.
the swab to cold blood, you think you might get some blood on that swab?
I wasn't sure it would be efficient for testing.
You
So
didn't
what
think
you did
to try
instead
it?
was you gathered red Solo cups from a neighbor, unsterilized, and scooped up the snow with what you thought the blood was, and just carried them back to the truck?
Nope. We took 6 samples, individual samples. Samples were bagged and then transported back to Camp Police Headquarters and placed into evidence.
Were they covered?
No, not that I recall.
They weren't sealed in
Okay.
any way?
No.
So if they sneezed over the top of one of those cups?
They were sealed in a bag, brown evidence bag. At that time, nobody was going to sneeze over the cup.
Brown evidence
A
bag.
brown evidence bag. I can tell you, I've seen a lot of evidence bags. Not one of them has been brown.
Do you think it's standard practice for a police department to borrow red Solo cups from a neighbor to gather evidence?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that, Lieutenant.
Of course not. Nothing about the scene was standard.
Right.
Of course not. Nothing about this scene was standard.
Did you search the house for any other matching glasses?
No.
Matter of fact, you didn't search the house for any physical items, did you?
Of course not.
Is that because that house?
Of course not. Why? Of course not. Why? Of course not.
Did you search the house for any other matching glasses?
No.
Matter of fact, you didn't search the house for any physical items, did you?
Of course not.
Is that because that house?
Absolutely not, he said. They didn't go in the house. And then, of course not.
Did you ask for consent to search the house?
We wouldn't do consent, and that's in a death investigation.
Yeah, that wasn't my question. My question.
No.
We wouldn't do consent in a death investigation? I wasn't following that. They don't just ask. They try to pressure people to let them search. They try to make people feel like they have to let them search or they're going to go to jail later. And they didn't even ask.
Is that because you were at the house of a Boston police officer?
No, it's because we wouldn't do.
Guys, I love Peter's face there. I love, like, look at, I'm gonna rewind that. Just like the way he looks so disappointed when he says they didn't even ask is like, this is why he's special. Like, he's special for a lot of reasons, but this face, I'm gonna rewind it just a second so you guys can see what I mean. I just love it.
Try to make people feel like they have to let them search or they're going to go to jail later. And they didn't even ask.
Is that because you were at the house of a Boston police officer?
No, it's because we wouldn't do it.
They try to pressure people to let them search. They try to make people feel like they have to let them search or they're going to go to jail later. And they didn't even ask.
Is that because you were at the house of a Boston police officer?
No, it's because we wouldn't do it. Because if consent is denied, we still don't have probable cause, and we still couldn't.
Because if consent is denied, we still don't have probable cause. It's like, when has that ever stopped you before?
Right?
It's like, yeah, actually, we didn't chase the guy because I knew he was faster than me. And if I chase him and I don't catch him, I still don't get to arrest him. He's still faster than me. So I didn't even try to chase him.
Canton Police Department
Right,
was
I
allowed
know,
to
right? That's right.
facilitate
Blackwater.
the removal of that light.
Absolutely. The law. Yeah.
And during the course of the removal of that light, that taillight was broken, correct?
That's correct.
And shattered.
Yes.
That's really
Parts of
funny.
it that were falling under the ground.
I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that point.
So now we do have evidence that that taillight, in some way, shape, form, or fashion,
Hold
was
on.
broken
Let me
or broken
pause real
more.
quick because I was talking. So listen carefully to what he says. Listen carefully to how he answers the question. And then you're going to hear him say something again. And then looking at this officer's face and then Peter's face is priceless. Hold on. Let me see.
The removal of that light.
Yes.
Hold on. I didn't go that far enough to the question. Okay.
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light.
Yes.
And during the course of the removal of that light, that taillight was broken, correct?
That's correct.
And shattered.
Yes.
Parts of it.
So he just said during the course of removing that taillight, it was broken and it shattered, correct? And he said yes.
That were falling under the ground.
I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that point.
So now we do have evidence that that taillight, in some way, shape, form, or fashion, was broken or broken more once it was inside the Sally Port in Canton PD's custody.
You have to rephrase that. I don't understand the broken more part.
During the removal process, that light was broken even more.
No.
Wild.
Yep. Before we get into this atrocity, great point, DSM. They didn't go to the Alberts for the salt. Great point. That's a great point. There were so many great points made too there's a couple things actually that I thought of, but there was another thing I'm trying to think. One thing that Runkle said that I thought was a good point too was that, everyone that talks about the question with the wrong address, that's the whole thing. I have my thoughts on that, but like the different addresses, every single law enforcement officer that had the wrong address said the same thing, which is that they knew where to go because of the emergency lights. So Runkle actually pointed out something that's just like super common sense, but it's a good point, which is like, so again, add that to the list of reasons why it's weird that the Alberts didn't come outside, right? Because of all the emergency lights flashing in their front yard, right in front of their house, and they didn't come outside. Are they vampires? Like what? I mean, and I think it came out today. I heard something about how it came out today from Link, however you say his name. I've heard it every way, about how they knew, the Alberts knew, I guess, that John O'Keefe was actually planning on coming to the house or something like that. And they should have been expecting him. It just, yeah, anyway, the list would go on and on, but yeah. So that's a great piece of advice. I'm always standing when I'm streaming and teaching. Actually, I'm standing like all the time, basically. I just don't like sitting down. I prefer standing, but sometimes you guys like, it's nice. Cause like when I'm standing here, like you can do like little leg exercises and whatnot, but yeah, keeping mobile is important. So that's good. Don't push it. As far as the judge, an EDB commented on that too. And it had bothered me, and I hadn't heard anyone say anything about it. And then I heard EDB say something, but like that was really bothering me, because the whole thing about the way that they don't do legal objections here for this trial, I assume it's maybe to save time, but I figure it's probably because, the thought is that it's protecting the jury from hearing the even hearsay or whatever, right? So to me, here's the issue I have with it. I find it odd that like in my mind, she's like trying to protect the jury from even knowing what an objection is, so that they won't be prejudiced at all, because they can't even guess, oh, here's what an objection means, right? If you don't give the legal grounds. So when you just say objection, you don't see the legal grounds. And if they just say overruled or sustained, the jury has probably no fucking clue. They can't figure out what you're talking about unless you tell them, right? Which is one way to go about it. But if you say objection and then she says, let him have it, that's prejudicial. I mean, that sounds prejudicial. Even if you don't know what an objection is, it sounds like somebody is pushing it, like I think that is so much worse than stating a legal objection. Like, that's so much worse. Why can't you just say sustained or overruled? I mean, I just don't, I find that really, I mean, I don't think it's going to become an issue, because I don't think that, well, I can't imagine this going to a guilty verdict, but if it did, I think that could possibly be an appellate issue, but they don't need it. I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, wait, that's so silly. They don't need it. This entire thing is an atrocity. The list of appellate issues, the list of issues prior to coming to trial already is infinite. Never mind if it made it to appeal. I can't imagine that happening. So let's just not go there in our minds. Yeah, I mean, I agree. One thing I can say that people seem to be kind of in agreement about, not that when I say people, I mean like comments that come up on screen, because as you guys know, I'm not looking in the chats or whatever, but comments that get pulled up on screen for law tubers or like them themselves, like it seems like no one's a huge fan of the judge. I don't know. Not that it matters, but sometimes people like judges and other times they don't, but I feel like, initially I thought the legal objection thing, like my thought on that initially too, was at least initially I was like, oh, that's kind of like, before she started saying, let him have it, I was like, oh, that's actually kind of a cool idea. But then of course in my mind, I'm like, well, that's going to be a nightmare for the appellate record, right? Because the point of making objections is for appeal. so I thought, well, that's going to make make that a nightmare. But like, I could see how that's good for a trial. But then when she started doing the let him have it thing, it's just like, well, now it's all just fucked. Oh, okay. Interesting. Is it thundering or is it someone rolling their trash can down the street? That sounds like thunder. I'm going to check the weather here and see if we've been having, you know, of course, with the tornadoes, we get severe weather. We don't usually get tornadoes. Sometimes we get tornado warnings or tornado watches, but, okay. Let me, I have a crazy story, actually. Maybe I'll save this for another time, but I do have a crazy story about, in Boone is the only time I've been around what was kind of a tornado. Technically it was a straight line wind, but it was in Boone of all places where it's mountains and they don't ever have stuff like that. But I'll save that story for another time when I can have pictures and stuff. But yeah. Okay. So for anyone who doesn't know, you guys probably are all aware, but let's take a look at what we have here. Prepare yourselves.
You see a bag in the middle of the photograph.
Yes.
Can you read what's on that bag?
Stop and shop.
Okay, that does not look like an evidence bag, does it, sir?
No.
Matter of fact, it looks like a grocery bag.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
So, not a forensically stable item, correct?
Correct.
Certainly not sterile.
Correct.
Right? You see a bag in the middle of the photograph.
Yes.
Can you read what's on that bag?
Stop and shop.
Okay, that does not look like an evidence bag, does it, sir?
No.
Matter of fact, it looks like a grocery bag.
Are you going to tell me that the red Solo cups were transported in the Stop and Shop bag? Is that what's going to happen next?
It gets worse, Candace.
That can't be so.
This is when Emily breaks.
This cannot be happening.
It
right
breaks
now.
Emily.
This is not what's happening.
Correct.
All right?
Yes.
So, not a forensically stable item, correct?
Correct.
Certainly not sterile.
What?
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Know where that bag came from?
I do not.
Confused.
Probably Stop and
Is that a
Shop.
bag that you supplied to Sergeant Lang?
I do not know. Do not recall.
Sergeant Lang got the Stop and Shop bag.
I do not know.
Next photograph, please.
I'm sorry, if the Stop and Shop bag is sitting in the Sally port next to the defendant's vehicle, are the red Solo cups still in it? Did it ever get marked into evidence? Did it get refrigerated? Oh God.
39.
Oh my God. You've got to be joking me. Emily, keep watching. That.
Time for Emily's.
You have got to be kidding me.
39.
This is both the best and worst picture in the history of time, because here we've got this picture of them handling the evidence, and it's in Solo cups that they got from some dude, and then they stuff it into a used grocery bag. And then the officer is holding this open with gloves. The gloves are what makes it.
Yeah.
The gloves are the best part, because it's like we have every source of contamination possible, but we're wearing gloves. Why bother? Why Why? This is so stupid. This calls for some gallon jug vodka, which is of better quality than the police work in this case.
Oh my god. You guys, I want to watch this reaction again. I was making my Nightbot code red. You guys let me know if you want me to edit it. I don't know if it's red enough looking, but this is the juxtaposition too of their reactions. Like Emily breaks by she can't even speak, and Runkle breaks because he can't stop laughing. Oh my god. Hold on.
Next to the defendant's vehicle. Are the red Solo cups still in it?
Here we go.
Did it ever get marked into evidence? Did it get refrigerated? Oh God.
39.
Oh my God. You've got to be joking me. Emily, keep watching. That's that.
Her face. Her face.
You have got to be kidding me.
39.
This is both the best and worst picture in the history of time, because here we've got this picture of them handling the evidence.
If you can call
And it's in Solo cups that they got from some dude. And then they stuff it into a used grocery bag. And then the officer is holding this open with gloves. The gloves are what makes it. The gloves are the best part, because it's like we have every source of contamination possible, but we're wearing gloves. Why bother? Why? This is so stupid.
Yep.
This calls for some gallon jug vodka, which is of better quality than the police work in this case.
Taking a look at what's been marked as evidence item 39, you recognize what's in the middle of the photograph.
Yes.
What is that?
Those are the plastic cups with the coagulated blood.
And this appears to be evidence item 40. You see the same white rag.
Yes.
And you see the same evidence bag. Stop and shop bag, correct? You see on the top of the photograph, the same rag?
I do.
With the same markings.
Yes.
That appear that those unsealed cups with liquid blood in them are situated right near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV. In this photograph?
They are to the rear of the vehicle. Yes.
And next item, please. And this appears to be evidence item 40.
This
You
is
see the same white rag.
Yes.
and you see the same evidence bag.
This is not.
Stop and shop bag.
This is not a trial.
Correct?
Correct.
And it's filled with 6 solo cups
Correct.
with what appears to be liquid blood.
Correct.
Right next to the vehicle.
Does that photograph appear to be taken at or about the same place near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV?
It's actually, I would say that the mat is the mat to the entrance to the booking area, so that is probably a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Okay.
Well, when the defense attorneys get up and start to argue that the reason the defendant's blood was found on the rear of the vehicle is cannot be excluded, that it's because this bag of the victim's blood, the victim's blood is sitting next to the vehicle on February 1st. I don't think, how do you get beyond a reasonable doubt that this isn't what caused cross-contamination on the defendant's vehicle? Like how do you get past this? It's just been sitting there for days.
Let's go back to evidence item number 37, which would be the first photograph.
How is this
You see
even
the rag in that
real?
photograph?
Yes, I do.
Let's go to the next item. Now you see the map, and it's, I'm sorry, I should note this for the record, that we're now looking at 38. You see the mat and the rag in this photograph,
I do.
and you see a tire on that mat. It's
Yes.
Unreal.
a golf cart of some sort that belongs to the Canton Police Department.
It's a Kubota, yes.
A Kubota, thank you. Looks like the rag is in the same spot.
Yes.
All right. So
there we go.
blood
So,
inside.
yeah, that comment about the rag. I kept wondering the same thing too. And actually, in the evidence pictures, they have little titles at the top, and a lot of them actually mention the word rag. The rag you're going to see here in a second. They're trying to. This is the defense attorney, so they're trying to show the location of the bag in relation to the golf cart and in relation to the car because of the location of the rag. The rag on the floor is like. What's so interesting is it's like that wasn't put there on purpose. If anything, it just shows that there's no attention paid to this area. Right? There's just actually, I didn't show this part, but like when they first point out the rag is dirty looking. It's got dirt on it, and it's just lying there on the floor. So really, it just doesn't even come up. But like, it's next to an open container of what should be evidence, but can't because it's all ruined now. But basically, there's a dirty rag on the floor, and they don't even bother to move them. It wasn't intentional. The rag was just there from whatever the fuck, and then they take these pictures. And then luckily it's there as a way to orient where the bag is in relation to the car and in the Sally port and stuff. But that is like, imagine, I mean, even in the Murdaugh trial, if there had been a picture from the crime scene where there was a dirty rag, think about what that would have cost. Just imagine if just the rag, like a dirty rag, where did it come from and no one knows? Chaos would have ensued. Chaos. Like, are they offering other charges? I can't remember DSN what charge. I thought, are they only offering second degree? I think they're offering, what are they charging her with? Second degree murder? I don't know if they're offering lesser charges. I can't fathom. The thing is, here's the thing. The burden of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt, regardless of the charge. If they were charging her with, let's say, bopping someone over the head, or charging her with calling someone, I'm trying to think of something that's just so benign, right? Like charging her with being a silly head. Let's say that, right? Let's say whatever the charge is. How do you get to reasonable doubt in this case, regardless of the charge? You can't. There's just no way. I'll look that up, DSN, and see but yeah, I mean, the standard is reasonable doubt, regardless of what it is. There's just no fucking way. So hopefully that makes sense though about the rag.
The Stop and Shop bag is sitting right next to the right rear quarter panel of that truck, correct?
You can see the rear tire. It's probably at least 3 feet from the rear.
Sir?
If you look at the top, I can use the marker here.
Sir, is the victim's blood that you so carefully recovered from the snow in red Solo cups still sitting in the Sally Port 3 days later in a Stop and Shop bag? Is that?
This appears to me to be the rear tire, which would put this a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Understood.
But you kind of estimate the distances because your department doesn't measure, right? So,
Would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination?
I agree.
Yeah.
If I could speak to this incident alone.
That's
No,
a yes or no question.
No, it's a yes or no question. So what you're going to need to do is answer yes or no. And then maybe Mr. Lawley will give you the chance to explain yourself. But that was a yes or no question.
Do you think
Okay, it's not yes or no, but
But it is yes or no. This is how cross-examination works.
I'm gonna pause it real quick. I'll back it up just a second. I just wanted to say, here's what they're charging her with. She's pled not guilty to second-degree murder. So that was what I remember them saying that. And then vehicular manslaughter while intoxicated and leaving the scene of a collision. So all three. So they're not lesser included. It's not optional. Like it's like it's not like, sometimes where it's like it can be one or the other. Like these are not lesser included. So so they still could. In other words, they could still charge her with all. Like they charged her with all three in the sense that they want her to be convicted of all three. Like she could be guilty of all three if they found her guilty. So that's why it's like not a one or the other thing. However, the jury could find her guilty of none of them, or sorry, not guilty of none of them. Or they could also maybe they find her guilty of leaving the scene of a collision alone. They could just pick one, if that makes sense. Because like with lesser included, it's like, for example, if someone's like, there's a lesser included, let's say that they charge someone with second-degree murder, and then there's a lesser included of like, gross negligence, say, or something like that, right? Then it's like you could pick one, right? If that makes sense. They couldn't be, in other words, they couldn't be guilty of both things. But in this case, when they're charging these separately, you can be guilty of both things, or more. In this case, it's three things. Does that make sense to you guys? Yeah, I know. How is it a trial? I know. Yeah, I know. I agree. I don't know. And a lawyer, was saying the same thing. I mean, everyone's saying the same thing. How did this, how somebody had to sign off on this and approve it. Like, you can't just submit things into evidence. Well, having said that, maybe that's the loophole, right? Was the blood ever submitted into evidence? I think they asked him that later, and it's like it was never accounted for. There's no evidence log. I don't know if there's even an evidence number on it. Like, was it ever? I think that's what Emily's saying. Like, it looks like it wasn't really ever put into evidence. So maybe that's why. Maybe these pictures are evidence because they're pictures of the fuckery, but like maybe the blood was never submitted as evidence. Because yeah, had they tried to, I can't imagine how there would have to be a lot of layers of corruption for that to cut through and be entered and as evidence, because it can't. Convinced. What do you mean by that? Do you sound like they're not convinced that it's interesting because the demeanor from the witnesses is interesting. They're some of, they're not all exactly, it's just interesting, Did they look for, what are you referring to, Blackwater? Yeah, I don't, because here's the other thing, guys. Here's the other thing. So far, a lot of the evidence that we've seen is normally, and usually the prosecution enters it. Like for example, when they first showed John O'Keefe's arm with the scratches on his arm, that's normally evidence when you see some injuries on a body, right? In a trial, that always comes from the prosecution. The prosecution enters it into evidence, and they have a witness on the stand, and they present it. In this case, however, the prosecution's not presenting that. Like, they didn't present that. It came up on cross-examination. The prosecution didn't enter their own photographs of the injuries to the victim. They didn't enter it into evidence. Or offer it, rather. Like, it came up on cross-examination because the defense was like, look, it's just mind-boggling, right? So it's the same thing with these pictures that we're seeing now. The prosecution was not going to offer these to the jury as for anything, these pictures. So, and I guess they weren't. I guess they're also not offering the blood into evidence, or admitting into evidence in front of the jury. So, yeah, it's just because we're used to that. Usually, what happens is like photographs of the injuries or blood, DNA. The prosecution presents it to the jury to prove their case. But not in this one. No, not in this one.
Sir, it is yes or no. Because you know what all of us can fucking see in that picture is a gross yes or no. And
hear the question, sorry.
But you kind of estimate the distance.
Okay,
So carefully recovered from the snow in red Solo cups, still sitting in the Sally port 3 days later in a Stop and Shop bag. Is that?
This appears to me to be the rear tire, which would put this a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Understood.
Was there any forensic testing done?
But you kind of estimate the distances because your department doesn't measure, right? So.
Right, they don't measure.
Would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination?
I agree.
You want me to if I could speak to this incident alone?
That's a yes or no question.
No, it's a yes or no question. So what you're going to need to do is answer yes or no. And then maybe Mr. Lawley will give you the chance to explain yourself. But that was a yes or no question.
Do you think
it's not yes or no, but
But it is yes or no. This is how cross-examination works, sir. It is yes or no. Because you know what all of us can fucking see in that picture is a grocery bag of red Solo cups that seem to have some red substance in them that may or may not be blood, because the chain of custody here has broken. Like, we are at a full, like, break the chain situation in this.
Would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination?
You want me to if I could speak to this incident alone?
That's a yes or no question. Do you think
it's not yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
Okay. And in fact,
so he just agreed that it's a recipe for cross-contamination. Cool. Great. Wonderful.
And in fact, could even be worse. For instance, not just inadvertent cross-contamination. If somebody wanted to touch something on that bag, on those cups, and then touch the vehicle, they could easily do that with that juxtaposition of the open blood next to the back of the rear of the car.
Objection.
Sustained.
She's sustaining it because it calls for speculation. However, I think the point has been made.
Yes, indeed, Emily. So, yeah, guys, that's, let's just take a, I mean, It does say, there it is. Look, it does say evidence number 37. Wait, that's right. They do call it evidence number. Hold on. Let's listen to this part again to see, are they referring, I'm going to try to pay attention to see if they're referring, if the evidence number is referring to the picture itself or if it's referring to the item. Let's just listen again real quick because we might be able to kind of discern
It appears
that.
to be liquid blood.
Correct.
Right next to the vehicle.
Does that photograph appear to be taken at or about the same place near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV?
It's actually, I would say that the mat is the mat to the entrance to the booking area, so that is probably a couple of feet behind the
booking
vehicle.
area.
Okay.
Sorry, there's so much. Here's the problem. This picture is so shocking. It's easy to just miss what was said. So I'm trying to actually listen for that. It's because I hadn't really been able to hear it before. So he just said the entrance to the booking area. I guess that's what the Sally port is, but it's just so hard to wrap one's head around because you know what that means? People walk through there like on a regular basis. It's the booking area. And that's where not only her vehicle is, but this unsealed bag full of snow blood.
Well, when the defense attorneys get up and start to argue that the reason the defendant's blood was found on the rear of the vehicle is cannot be excluded, that it's because this bag of the victim's blood, the victim's blood is sitting next to the vehicle on February 1st. I don't think, how do you get beyond a reasonable doubt that this isn't what caused cross-contamination on the
Booking area.
defendant's vehicle? Like how?
Well, and not only that, like anyone walking through that booking area would have access to that, and it sat there for days, and they would have access to all of that.
How do you get past this? It's just been sitting there for days.
Let's go back to evidence item number 37, which would be the first photograph.
This is what I wanted to see, evidence number.
How is this
You see
even
the rag in that
real?
photograph?
Yes, I do.
Let's go to the next item. Now you see the map, and it's, I'm sorry, I should note this for the record, that we're now looking at 38.
Okay, so the evidence they're referring to are the pictures. So that's what I wanted to confirm. They're so you can tell because when they're saying the evidence number, it's changing the picture. So these pictures are evidence. So it does in that case seem to me like, I mean, there is no record of this blood ever being submitted as evidence. So so that would make sense. But also then why even collect it, right? Like the cops, if they're not going to submit it as evidence, they're just going to keep it in the Sally port. That just makes it, that's just even more, it's like, I don't know. I mean, it's just now crossing my mind, but it's like, if you're not planning on ever doing any forensic evaluation or forensic testing of this case, right? But yet you're scooping up blood. Like if you're scooping up blood with red Solo cups, from the snow, and you're not going to enter into evidence because obviously you can't, because that's retarded. Like, you know, like impossible / just, it's not, you guys know what I mean. Hopefully I'm not trying to offend anybody. So anyway, my brain is just glitching because it's like, why else would you collect it? Right? Like if it's clearly not forensically stable, it's not preserved. Why else would you collect it? I mean, it does actually, that does indicate that, and then leave it someplace sketchy where people have access to it next to the defendant's vehicle. Like, I mean, if you just think through it logically, you know, the only logical reason for them to collect it like this would be if they're going to do something else with it besides submit it into evidence, right? Am I making sense? I don't mean, I just, DSN, as you know, I never fought, you know, I'm new to this, just learning from the trial. what I will say is that there's a lot of questions like that have not been made clear. And I don't think they've made that clear. There's a lot of basic questions like that. Like as I'm listening to the trial and I'm listening to EDB, she'll ask a question like that, or someone will, and then she'll pull the comment up. But it's questions like that where it's like it's basic stuff like that question, and then like other things regarding the time. And it's like, we don't actually know. The prosecution hasn't made any of that clear. Think about in the Murdaugh trial, how much time they spent to make it clear just in the 911 call, the process of transferring it from Colleton to Hampton or vice versa, and how that worked. That wasn't, and it wasn't even like a disputed thing. It wasn't even but still, just to make it clear as to when it happened, how and why, they spent a good portion of those first witnesses just clarifying why the 911 call would transfer, how it would transfer, and why there was a switch off. And that was just to switch the call over. Like, think about that. This is just like, right. I mean, that's right. We've not heard, we've not heard from anybody in the Massachusetts State Police. We have not. Wait, the state police did not accept the jurisdiction? I'm trying, see, I haven't heard all of this. Okay, what are you referring to here, Candace? The same Massachusetts State Police that said on their report. Okay, I don't know, because I don't think we've heard from anybody from the Massachusetts State Police yet. So I don't know if you're looking at a report that maybe hasn't come into evidence yet. In the trial, I don't know why it's still going ahead. It's very confusing. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the prosecution doesn't have any viable evidence. Even if the evidence they had was viable, there's really, that I've seen, still not evidence that actually, not even circumstantially, like, I'm not seeing anything that makes any sense as to how they're bringing this as a case. Like, the theory of their case, no one even, I mean, I don't know that anyone, including the prosecution, can even state what their theory. I don't know that they have, like, oh, right. There was a huge, I remember, I've heard about that. Well, the other thing too, guys, is that, isn't that where Henry C. Lee, was he Massachusetts or Connecticut? But we brought him up because he came up in Murdaugh, remember? Because one of the defense experts worked for him. The dude that said the children were in the ceiling, dude. Hold on, let me see. Was that Henry C. Lee? Was that Massachusetts or Connecticut? If it's Massachusetts, I'm going to lose my brain. But we pulled up a whole thing on him. Oh, that's Connecticut. Okay, that's Connecticut. Thank God. My brain would explode. That's Connecticut. Because so there's a whole bunch of fuckery with that too. That's problematic. Right. They haven't gotten to anything exactly. They haven't gotten to anything. I think the prosecution's afraid to get, I mean, rightfully so. Like, how, I mean, from the very first witness, there's not been any witness. Okay, here's the thing, you guys. This is the prosecution's case in chief. Although it's hard, it feels like the defense's case in chief because they're proving their side. They're like, it feels the other way around. But it's the prosecution's case in chief. They've not even gotten to what would be the important part or whatever. But even from the very first witness that the prosecution has had, and every witness all the way through, every witness, to me, in my opinion, has proved the opposite, has proved the defense's case. Like, it feels like the defense's case in chief. I mean, it's just like every single witness the prosecution calls, it gets worse for the prosecution. It's just it's surreal. It's very surreal. And fucking hell, when Proctor, it's going to be a bloodbath, as it should be. I mean, imagine that though, right? I would imagine they're going to call him last because that makes sense. Because A, they're afraid They should be. B, he was like the lead detective on the case, and you usually end with that. But what's going to happen after that is it's going to feel like the defense has just rested their case, but then it's going to be like the prosecution rests and the defense starts. It's going to be like, what are we doing? I mean, the other thing, okay, let's remember this too, guys. Remember, we see this in every trial. Let's just think about this. Remember, in every trial, it's standard protocol, but usually we never see it happen. But like a standard protocol where like right at the end of the prosecution's case in chief, the defense does what they do a motion for a directed verdict. We see it in every trial. And generally, there was one trial recently. I can't remember which trial it was. There was one trial recently where the motion for directed verdict was granted. But it's extremely unusual, but they still do it for the appellate record, right? Like we saw it again, it's in every trial, but like, but you may not have seen it because it's not everyone's going to watch that, but like we watched it in Murdaugh when I covered it. So, you know, they say, yeah, we're making a motion for directed verdict. They do it at the end of the prosecution's case in chief. And it's like saying the prosecution has to prove their theory of the case. It's essentially asking the judge to go ahead and make a directed verdict, of not guilty, for acquittal, right? That the charges be dropped. So, I guess sorry, let me be clear. It's not a motion for not guilty because that can only come from the jury. It's a motion for being acquittal. So, but they always make the motion. That's standard, you know, and typically, almost always, it's denied, you know, because typically the prosecution has a case. So let's remember that here in this case, this will be really interesting to see, because if the judge doesn't like grant that, I mean, I will have a problem with that. Like my brain is still like trying to figure out like, how are we even here? So that's hard enough. But like, okay. One thing too is like they have to make it for the record. And so like typically again, like in Murdaugh, when they made the motion for the directed verdict and then Judge Newman was like, it's denied. There wasn't really much contention about that because it was kind of known that this was done ceremoniously. And so like he offered them to like argue back and forth as to why they did prove their case and why they didn't, and the defense for why they didn't. But it didn't. It literally, it went on. I remember it was like 4 minutes. It was right at the time when I remember there was discussion about something else. It was almost, you could almost just forget that it even happened. It was very forgettable. It was just because they were both like, yeah, we understand. Yeah, obviously we're making this motion, but it's like we're not really. But in a case like this, right, you would argue and the judge would have to rule on it. And in this case, there would actually be consideration. I mean, like, if anything, if there's not consideration, it should be like, yeah, it's clear that this is a shit show and let's all go home. So in other words, we should see this. We should see this, and we should see the defense laying out why this should be dropped and making that motion for a directed verdict. And then we're going to see the prosecution have to try to defend this, which will be interesting. And then the judge is going to have to rule on this. And she's going to have to actually, in this case, I would imagine she's going to have to actually back up her decision, right? Because again, this is just not ever what we see, but we're going to see why this exists, right? As a tool that they can use. Like this would be why a motion for a directed verdict, a DV as they call it. This would be an example. This would be why this exists for a case like this. I guess it exists for when something accidentally makes it somehow to trial, right? Is that like, it's like a backup plan, emergency backup plan. Something shouldn't have come to trial. It's in trial. We've made it through the prosecution's case in chief. Who knows how we've done that, but it's happened. Let's see if we can fix this before it gets worse type of thing. So and I'm just looking this up here too. I guess technically, yeah. So a motion for a directed verdict, I guess it would be a verdict, but it would just not be a jury verdict. But there's also a motion for judgment notwithstanding the verdict, but we never really hear about that as much. So, and I'm just looking this up. This is specific to North Carolina, and that's not helpful. Oh, here we go. Let's pull this up. So So I'm gonna read the technical definition here, okay, for you guys. So for the motion for directed verdict, just because this might be a case where we want to actually understand this more than we usually would, right? Okay, a motion for a directed verdict is a motion by a party asking for the trial judge to issue a ruling after determining that there's no legally sufficient evidentiary basis for a reasonable jury to reach a different conclusion. I mean, this is what we have here, I feel like. So it says issue a ruling. And so that's why I was like, okay, hold on, let me pull this up in a separate tab, because the reason I was like, why do I seem like this? It feels like this isn't clear. Oh, it's not clear. That's why, because it doesn't actually say how they can rule. So let me pull this up and see. So it's a judgment, but of course a judgment can be a bunch of different things. So let's see. So I guess it could vary on the case then, and by the state. That's why I was like, so is it a verdict? Is it? So it is a verdict, but it's a verdict as in it's a judgment, and a judgment is a ruling, and it can really be anything, it looks like. So that's why. So it could be, perhaps it could be, you know, again, varying on the state, depending on the state, like not guilty, or it could just be. I think the thing too that I'm trying to just make sure I can. So in other words, the judge, the motion for directed verdict, the judge is going to be making a ruling for what for the charges brought against the defendant. So it's not like they're saying the state didn't prove it. I mean, they essentially are, but they would be ruling like not guilty or acquitted. So okay, so yeah. And then it's a little bit different in federal, it says, but yeah, so let me just read that again. A motion for directed verdict is a motion by a party asking the trial judge to issue a ruling after determining that there is no legally sufficient evidentiary basis for a reasonable jury to reach a different conclusion. The motion is made by a party before the case is submitted to the jury, yep, and argues that no reasonable jury could find for the opposing party. Yeah, so that's going to be, you guys, that's going to be exciting to see here. That's going to be exciting to see here, because I think that's going to be really interesting to see. So, right, I've heard about that. Yeah. And the whole Henry C. Lee thing fallout is they're similar too. And out of it's going to take time to go through all of his cases that were fucked. So yeah, so that's what's happening. Let me pull up my files for Satterfield here. And I will share my screen here in just a second. Let's see. Okay. Okay, I think that's all the ones I need. Okay, let me get my thing set up to share my screen here. Yeah, but that'll be interesting. I will definitely want to make sure I'm tuned in for that directed verdict when that comes in, you guys. Even though I've not been covering this trial at all, maybe if when that happens, if I'm available, maybe I'll just do like a random, maybe I'll just do a random live stream just so we can be there and watch it together. But we'll just see. I mean, the thing is like, you can only do things at certain times, right? Like with law. So like, it's not like they can, unfortunately at this juncture, they can't make that motion now. They have to wait for, the prosecution to finish their case in chief. Because otherwise it's like, why are we even waiting? You know what I mean? Like, it's just in my mind, I'm just like, this is so silly. So, but I'm sure there were pretrial motions of the like for that as well. And of course, I was, again, as y'all know, I wasn't following any of it, but I know there were hearings. I'm sure they tried to get this thrown out. And I don't know how it didn't happen. That's the question. I don't know how it wasn't thrown out. I don't know how it got. And actually, y'all, there was something I meant to say, and I'm glad I remembered it. Okay. The thing that I noticed that no one else has pointed out that I've heard, was, I'm trying to remember at what point during that dude's testimony it was, this disastrous dude who's on the stand here. He says, he's talking about something related to the fucked up job they did. And he's saying, that they never do this or that, whatever thing he's talking about. But he says the thing that stuck out to me was he says like, we never do this or that. Okay, hold on. He says he uses the term unintended death. Like he's saying that that's what he understood was happening or something along those lines. And I don't know if anyone else heard that, but I haven't heard anyone else point that out. But the way he explains it is he's like, it might be when he's talking about the probable cause or whatever, or consent. But he uses the term unintended death. And I found that really interesting because it's like, he could have just said a death, like there's a dead person, right? But not to mention, how do you know if it's unintended or not when you first arrive? Because that's a legal determination. Like an unintended death would be an accidental death. I mean, you're getting into the framework of a forensic pathologist determination or a determination by the court. Like, but what I thought was interesting is like, what it does mean to me is this. If you for whatever reason, you shouldn't be making that determination, but if you're making a determination as you show up at a crime scene that is an unintended death, that means it's not a murder, right? And that was the thing. I'm glad I remembered to point that out before we moved over to Gloria Satterfield, because I didn't hear anyone actually catch that. And interesting. So maybe Boston has a history of like divisive cases. I don't know. I mean, I still don't understand why this is divisive. Like, it should be everybody's in agreement here that this is that like we should all be in agreement. So unintended and unattended would be different. Unattended would be a person, there's like, and it's, to me, it sounded like you said unintended and not unattended. Now, having said that, the accents are insane, and but the difference is like if there's an N or not, right? So that's why, like, I heard unintended, I heard another N. There's unattended. That makes sense. And the reason I'm saying, if I'm saying like a forensic pathologist, because they do cause and manner of death. So like, right, as y'all know. So, for example, homicide, death by the hands of another would, to me, that's an intended death, right? So that's where that could come in. I don't know what RBF is. Oh, I don't know about, that's weird. Is that what people say? I don't know. That's so funny. I don't think it's, I've never thought of it like that. It just looks like it's a weird shape. The mouth is weird. Wow, that's so funny. I wouldn't call it a resting bitch face because it's way too, there's too much happening. Like, it's not a resting, it's active. It's decidedly not a resting bitch face. It's like, I don't know. I think that Wifey was on the right track when she said it's similar to like South Park. And I don't even know I don't think it's even an expression because it's always like that. It's like her mouth is shaped like that, I think. So I don't think if it's a matter of like having an expression. And I don't think it changes, right? It's just like that's her lips, maybe. But that's insane though. Like the layers of wrongness here. It's like, my first thing is like, well, hold on. They're wrong about her face. That's not what it is. But hold on. But yes, of course, also, should you be using that incorrect, just characteristic or description of her face of course not. That's not a reason for people being guilty. Don't be sorry. We love chatty Cathys. Please continue. This is the whole point, right? Like, live streaming when people aren't talking to you is just, it loses it just doesn't have the same vibe because it's fun to interact with everybody. So as y'all know, so, but okay, so it does seem like some people in the chat have maybe died of shock, which is understandable. So let me share my screen. All right, hold on. And as I keep remembering, I present it and then it should work. Yep, there it goes. Excellent day. All right, so so this is what I wanted to do first, guys. And here's what I said. I said this at the end of the last episode. I know DSN was there, but like here's what I want you guys to start thinking about just in the back of your minds, because we're going to talk about this. We're going to start getting into the nitty-gritty with this. So what I want you guys to think about, and we're going to discuss it at some point, probably later, but it's a question. It's a really good question that I don't hear people talk about, but I want you guys to start thinking about this, because I don't have, it's just a question for the sake of the question. What would have happened if Alex had gotten away with the murders? So what I mean is, like, all the shit he had going on in his life, all the different problems, what would have happened? What would it look like if he committed the murders and then he got away with it? And by that, I mean, let's just say that they don't arrest the wrong person. Let's just say that they just never figure it out, right? So it becomes a cold case, say. But my point is that he doesn't get arrested. He gets away with it, with the murders. What would that look like? Okay, so just keep that in the back of your minds, and then we're going to go through. So here's what I wanted to do. We've gone through all of the details from the different statements. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go through the inconsistencies. We had already done that here with the 911 call from a few episodes ago, but we haven't done it yet with the other statements. So so here we're going to be thinking about inconsistencies from like the previous information that we have, because it's chronological. So okay, so we're going to review. This is Alex's verbal statement, rather, I should say, to the insurance adjuster. So this is from. Actually, you know what? This will be easier. Let's just go through it from the 911 call just to review. This will make it easier to point out the inconsistencies. So, okay. So here's from the 911 call. We had done this together. So 9:24 a.m. we have the 911 call. 9:40 a.m. All right. So this was a question. So now we can answer this question. It did not. We know it did not now. I don't know. Yeah, that did not happen then. I don't know what happened then at 9:48. That had something to do with the CAD report. So let me see. Let me pull up. We were thinking at the time that the helicopter had maybe landed there, but it didn't. So that means something else maybe happened at that time. Let me pull up the 911 call so we can see this CAD report real quick. Okay. So at 9:46, or 9:47, or 9:48, that's probably what I was looking at. Okay, so I don't know. What do you guys think? Because we were thinking maybe that's when the helicopter, but yeah, it's not. So I don't know what it is there on the CAD report. That's such a good point. Daddy Shortnut says if it weren't for that, we wouldn't have found the RV ball. It's so true. I know, right? Everything happens for a reason, I believe. 100%. That produced some of the greatest stories too, because then we got a secondary bonus with the whole flag backstory. And then there was a backstory to all those dudes in the flag story. So 100%. I know, right? So I guess the question is, what are all these other things on here? Because, well, okay, we'll come back to it. Here's why I think it might be relevant, but let me go through the rest of these statements. I'll pull it back up at that point. So let me go back to the screen. Okay. We'll just let that be for now. So The address, of course, we kind of talked about that too. It could be because the mailbox is only there at the 4147. And so there's no way to know the 4157. Gloria has fallen, head is bleeding, cannot get her up. Operator, do you know if she fell from standing? Maggie says no. She fell going up the steps. There's 8 brick steps. Maggie says she's on the ground. She's on the ground. When asked if she's conscious, Maggie says no, not really. When asked if she's awake at all, Maggie says yes. Again, I think that's why it would be helpful if the 911 operator differentiated what they mean when they're asking those questions, right? Because again, conscious, awake, I mean, it's really anyone's guess as to who means what when they're answering that, like how to interpret it. When asked if she's awake at all, Maggie says yes. Maggie says she's mumbling but breathing okay. They haven't even tried to stop the bleeding, but they had a clean rag. I remember Maggie says that at one point. And that was during the part 2 where there's other things there's things being said that are hard to hear. And again, I might get that call back, the 911 call. I mean, I might get that back from Spacey with a cleaned up audio, and then we'll listen to it again and maybe be able to hear it better. At some point, Gloria falls back down, according to Maggie. According to Paul, she's cracked her head. There's blood on the concrete, and she's bleeding out of her left ear and head. Paul says he was holding her up, and then she says to turn her loose. After which she falls back down. And we don't hear any of that in the call, right? Now, maybe with the enhanced, if we can get an enhanced audio, but we don't hear any of that in the call. Okay, let me not get ahead of myself. Stay here. Okay. Paul says she's not unconscious, but she's just mumbling, and she maybe hit her head. He thinks she has a concussion or something, which is a fair conclusion if someone's hit their head, right? Someone wearing a black sweater, a hat, and pants will be waiting for the ambulance near the driveway on the Ranger. Inconsistencies is not really conscious, but she's awake. Again, that could have been clarified by the 911 operator if they had asked other questions. Maggie says she's not responding. It reiterates that she's not really conscious. They're not sure where she's bleeding, but then says top of her head. Paul says bleeding out of her left ear, then adds head. Maggie says Gloria's mumbling. Paul says, ma'am, she can't really talk, right? Followed by when this is an inconsistency within an inconsistency, because Paul says she can't really talk, and then he follows that by saying that Gloria told him to turn her loose. So she can't really talk, but she said to turn her loose. I don't know. That's what he says on the 911 call. We hear him say those things. And so, all right, it's going to get worse when we get here. So Alex's statement. I know, I agree. I also love that dude. All right. So Alex details it. Goes to work in the morning. Maggie calls and says Gloria. So the details matter. With these details, we did some of these on the live stream, but I went back and reviewed all of these multiple times after to make sure I didn't add anything, I didn't miss anything, I didn't restate anything. So like the fact that it says no times given is actually insane. Like, in other words, during his oral statement that we've listened to the Nautilus adjuster, he gives no times ever in that. So that's why I've got this verbatim as how he describes it. So he says he goes to work in the morning. Maggie calls and says Gloria is seriously injured. He leaves to come home. There's no times given. Then when he talks about coming home, he says he makes it home in approximately 10 minutes. And that's in reference to, without being asked, he goes into that whole thing of like, well, it normally takes whatever he says, 12 to 13 minutes, which is not what Google Maps says and not what he drove it at. When we looked at his usual driving time to get to work, that was also, it was inconsistent. Actually, I'll just add that in the list down at the bottom. But anyway, but he says he makes it in 10 minutes, but he doesn't give a time. He doesn't say I left work at this time. He doesn't say I got home at this time. He just says how long it took him, which is interesting. We'll see if that comes back up later. It probably will. Comes home to find Mags, Pop, Gloria, and Ronnie all at the bottom of the stairs. Gloria was sitting up. There's a big pool of blood. He didn't know Gloria was coming, but Maggie did, and he understood that his mom was supposed to pay Gloria but left town. Again, he doesn't indicate that she told him that inadvertently, so Maggie was going to pay her instead. When he's asked by the adjuster, were you able to speak to her? Did you ask her what happened? He says, sure. The first thing I was making sure that Gloria, I was trying to assess her, where she was. Did she know me? Did she know Maggie? Did she know Paul? Did she know Ronnie? Her mental capability at the time. She knew those things. She knew where she was. She knew who I was. She obviously was not functioning at full capacity, but she knew those things. Again, he doesn't say that she said those things. See, he's careful with his words. That's where the attorney part comes in. but it's still obvious because it wouldn't be natural to describe things in the way that he is, you know? He follows the ambulance to the hospital, but can't keep up for various reasons. He gives like a whole list of excuses on that. But yeah, he beats the hospital or the ambulance to the house. So anyway, when he arrives, but of course, yeah, on the way to the hospital, he can't keep up. When he arrives, they're loading Gloria onto the helicopter. Gloria indicated, this is just, again, what he says. And Gloria indicated that the dogs caused her to fall. So, okay. Inconsistencies. I think the first jarring thing that stands out to me is the time about the driving. So that's what I was going to make a note of here. Because, okay, hold on. I'm getting better at having the formatting to where it can cooperate. Perfect. Okay, so I think the first one is the drive time. And you guys just chime in. I'll try to make sure I glance over at the chat. Chime in if you guys have things that you're thinking of. So we went through this a couple episodes ago, and we went through again. That's why we pulled up, if y'all recall, we pulled up from the trial. We pulled up the timeline from Rudofsky because that had his drive times, right, for getting to and from work and his average speed and how long it took or whatever from the OnStar data. And when we did like an average, I think we got something like, if it was not rush hour, it was approximately 16 minutes. And if it was rush hour, it was 19 minutes. So anywhere from 16 to 19. So, okay. Going from Moselle to PMPED. So Google Maps says, and we pulled all that up again, it says 18, 20 minutes. But going off of, but based on Alex's actual data driving to and from work as seen, oopsies, seen in the trial and on I'll put Rudolph. I'll just put Rudofsky's because everyone knows who that is. I'll put also here. See, I like to be very clear on things. Okay, as seen in the trial and on Rudofsky's timeline in the GM OnStar data, so you can see that from any of those sources. It took him approximately, oopsies. Okay, approximately 16 minutes. It was like 16 to 17, if I remember correctly. 16 to 17, oops. 17, not during rush hour. And it was like 19 during rush hour. I think I rounded down for the rush hour and up for the not rush hour, but so it would even out. Okay. So now here's where the inconsistency comes in. So Alex says it normally takes, I think he says 12 to 13. But that and then I remember him saying he made it in 10. So again, the problem I have here is this is fishy. We saw him do this in the murder trial. He's trying to change his ability to make it home before that's what it's hopefully this is clear to you guys. That's the only reason for this. He's trying to explain how he could have possibly made it home before the ambulance. Now, part of this might have been because he might not have known what Maggie was going to say. He might have thought that Maggie might say that she called him and that the times wouldn't line up. So he's trying to play it safe by already making excuses for that. But Maggie never mentions ever calling him in the first place. So it really is kind of like a non-issue. Because we don't actually have any information from anybody when he was called, if he was called, only from him, he may as well have said it took him however long to get home, right? It really doesn't matter. But I think he was planning ahead, right, at this point, for needing to be able to explain that. Right. So I think so. Okay. That was a big one. And then I wouldn't say that there's an inconsistency there. We all know they were at the bottom of the stairs. I mean, I don't know that we can say there's an inconsistency with Gloria sitting. There's inconsistencies here because Maggie never details this. This whole thing about the check coming through the check, that's all nonsense. But we don't have Maggie's, we're going in order. So again, that will come up as an inconsistency with Maggie, although it's not her being inconsistent, but in other words, we don't have this information yet to add it in. So, we're going off of what we already have information wise in order. So, I mean, okay. I think that's probably the first thing here because the other things will come up later with the other. Okay, so then now here's the updates to Alex's statement. So this is again after meeting again with the insurance adjuster, who at the time says it's about 2 weeks ago. As we know, this is like end of October 2018. It says now he left the house at 7:45 to go to work. Remember, there were no times previously. I'd been at work for 2 hours when Maggie called. That would place him at 10. That would place it at 10 a.m. approximately. If he says he left for work, left the house at 7:45, we puts him there a little after 8, and he says 2 hours. That would mean he was called after 10 o'clock. But EMS gets there at 9, or sorry, 911 is called at 9:24, and we know EMS arrives around 9:41. But if he got a phone call at 10 a.m. and then drove home, anyway, you guys see what I mean? There's no way that any of that can be. None of that can all be true. Okay, but then I also added here, it is clear that after reviewing Alex's verbal statement from March, the insurance adjuster realized Alex didn't give any actual times and followed. That's what I see here. Because when you look at the document, you can see him trying to correct things from before with these people with the statements. So I think what happened was he looked and he was like, oh, wow, shit. Like he gave the whole, verbal interview. And he never even said anything about time. It's like, fuck, okay, let me ask better questions, right? Like, so then it's kind of clear to me at least that he's like, okay, so what time did you go to work? What time did you need to call? And then he gets these updated answers from Alex. And as we saw, they were in bold in the document, anything that was added that was recent. So okay, so now what I'm going to do here, because now that we have these times, the inconsistencies, might be easier to try to point out consistencies because there would be fewer of them, right? Anything that is consistent stands out. All right, so all right, let's start with Alex never went to work in the morning. According to his coworkers from PMPED. His timeline is literally impossible. It would put him arriving, even if he drove at his 10-minute clip or what, like in other words, it would put him arriving to Moselle, and he doesn't try to give a time specifically for good reasons, right? But it would put him arriving to Moselle. If you go through what he just says, right, from his own freaking statement. Well, okay, so again, if he doesn't get a call from Maggie until after 10 a.m., he wouldn't be getting home, even if he drives 10 minutes. What the earliest he could get home would be 10:15, 10:20. I mean, the point is it's after 10 a.m. I mean, that's really the thing. It would put him arriving to Moselle after 10 a.m. Best case scenario. Yet, I mean, okay, let me just put it this way. I'm just like, how do I word this? Because it's so crazy. So after EMS would have arrived. So I'll just put after EMS. Okay, that makes sense. That works. Okay. So, and the point of me doing this with you guys, my goal here is I want us to think it through it together. Like, I just feel like for me to just think this through and then type it up is like, and read it, you know, it's just not, that's not really the point. And it's, I don't know. You know, we've unfolded a lot of the mysteries, like during the trial and stuff. Like, we did it by kind of going through it together and thinking, you know, me thinking out loud, and then we would talk it out, and like, you know, what the truck and all the other chicken business. Right. So, and I know you guys also really seem to appreciate and enjoy thinking it through. Right. Too. So that's why we're going through it, like using our brains. Okay, so I'm just scrolling for fun because I love this new scrolly thing that I have. It's not new, it's old, but I just discovered it, as y'all know. Okay, so the next part here is, right, we did that. The brick, that's consistent with what we have so far, that part. Again, here, I don't think we can put anything as an inconsistency until we get to Paul and Maggie's statements. Because so far we've only heard from Alex, and this is consistent with what he's already said about the dogs from him, right? So this is the part where I think it's interesting, because we're going to hear again when we get to Maggie's statement, I guess, really, the bit about the helicopter. There's something happening in there, I feel like. Because the way it's worded is different with each person. And we see that, remember, that's why I'm questioning that freaking, this business, hold on, in the CAD. Because there's stuff happening here and I don't know what it means. But whatever is happening there is reflecting this decision to not have the helicopter. Like, that's why it matters, because we know that EMS has to get there at the latest. It cannot be any later than 9:41, because with doing the math from the 911 call and Google Maps, remember we looked this up, it said 17 minutes for them to get from their station to the house. That's driving Google Maps, which means the speed limit. So they would have made it in less than 17 minutes. But if you do worst case scenario and you add the 17 minutes, you get 9:41. So EMS, they would already be leaving with her. And so, so what's going on here is this decision as to what to do with the helicopter. And it is interesting, just again, because we hear kind of it worded differently in the different statements, and we're not given from anybody any actual reason as to why the decision was made differently to change or changed. You know what I mean? Like, why? So, all right. So EMS arrived again, but this is going to come up more with Maggie's statement, I think, is an inconsistency. Arrived and debated whether to have a helicopter land in the community. EMS decided, like, so how was the decision made, right? Decided to drive Gloria to the hospital 30 minutes away. He follows the ambulance and was given her purse by EMS. Okay. So anything I have in these square brackets is me adding that as like, we don't know the answer, but that's a question I have. So it's not typed. So in other words, it's some of you guys might be familiar with this from other types of writing, but it means it's added by me. It's not part of the statement. So he follows the ambulance and he was given her purse. And then I'm saying by EMS, like, because the statement literally says he was given her purse. And then quote this, if it's quotes, it's a direct quote, okay, from the statement. So just before she was put on the helicopter. It's just, That's okay, wifey. I mean, if you guys would want to chime in, you're welcome to, or you can lurk. We love lurkers. You know, I feel weird kind of. It feels almost like I'm just talking to myself, but hopefully it doesn't seem weird to you guys. You know, and also it's weird because like it's hard to know if what I'm saying is making sense or like, you know what I mean? Like, or if this is repetitive or redundant. I don't know. It does help if I'm talking through something like this. It does help to have some sort of feedback to understand that I just don't sound like I'm having, you know, talking to myself, like I said. Because the point is for you guys to understand it and for everyone to understand it, right? But yeah, okay, so all right, he follows the ambulance and was given her purse by EMS, quote, just before she was put on the helicopter, end quote. He heard from one or more, this verse starts to get really fucking sus. He heard from one or more of Gloria's relatives that Gloria, quote, reported, end quote, to them that, quote, the dogs tripped her up, end quote, but can't remember who. I mean, this is him just trying to confirm his own statement. It's sad. I don't even know how to, like, okay, so where is the inconsistency? Because the whole thing isn't. I guess the question is really more on a philosophical level. Is it an inconsistency if it's just made up? Like if it's misinformation generated by him and he's the source of it and he's consistent about it? Okay, yeah. So here again, I think here's how I have to handle this. Because there's so much of this with him. So I think the way it's going to come up again as an inconsistency is when it comes to somebody else and how they describe things, because he's consistent with his own bullshit. So that's really what it is. Okay. So like he's not been inconsistent with this from himself yet. It's just bullshit. He never visited her in the hospital, but attended the funeral. And then I added this, in, as you can see in brackets, so he could approach her sons about the lawsuit. Wait, did I type? I think I typed this at the wrong one. Didn't I mean to type this? Hold on. No, that's in the right place. Okay. Where was... Oh, that's why I was confused. I was confused because I was like, why is it blank? I just typed here. It's on the next page. Okay. It's okay. It's all right. Let me just do this and then I won't be confused anymore. There we go. See, I was like, I remember just typing this. Okay, there we go. So I think that's really the only thing I need here for this, because the rest of it is consistent with his own bullshit. So I think that one's done. All right, now we're on to Maggie's statement. This is so problematic. This is so problematic, guys. All right, get ready. So I want to make sure that that this makes sense and that I'm not like, also you guys point out if I miss something or get something wrong, and that's helpful for me too. So, all right. So Maggie and Paul were asleep in their respective bedrooms, according to Maggie. She expected Gloria to arrive, quote, at some point that day, end quote. Doesn't give a reason, doesn't give a time. That's what she says, verbatim. Now, remember, we get more details from Alex than we do from Maggie about this Gloria arrival thing, when Alex says he hears it from Maggie. Do you see why this is problematic? I hope so. She expected Gloria, again, this will be an inconsistency, so how to word it. Okay, how to word it. I'm just trying to not go too big too quickly. I need to just keep it one thing at a time. All right, so here, and this is part of why it helps too to do this with you guys on the live, because otherwise I get, my brain would do too many things at once, and I wouldn't be able to type it up in a way that would be coherent. So this way I have to keep one thing at a time. It's just helpful. So the inconsistency here is that, how was I going to phrase it? Okay. The inconsistency is that okay, here, I'm just trying to think of how to word it. Here, Maggie doesn't give, actually, I don't need here. I just need Maggie because this is her only statement. So Maggie doesn't give, as we said, a hi, Copper, thank you. Love you. A when or a why. Maggie doesn't give a when or a why. The why is really important, right? Because Alex goes, remember, it's just like the Alzheimer's thing, like we were saying. Alex jumps into the detail about that, and it's like having deja vu for me about that. When let me pull that up. I want to hear that. I want to hear that again. Hold on, let me pull that up. Where's why? Okay, right. I keep having to move my mouse over to the other thing. In my mind, it's so funny because I have external hard drives and stuff. And then I try to just keep the video files on my computer for the ones that I'm like currently using for whatever it is. And like, it's just really funny because we did the 911 call and like the Nautilus interview on like the first episode of this. And I'm like, these can't go anywhere. I know I'm going to need to pull these up on every episode. And so far I have needed to. So I still have them right here on my computer. Ready to go. I'm like, this is just going to be a perma file. So, all right, let's listen again for this for a second. Hi, Candace. I appreciate y'all letting me know that you're live and that everything's okay and that so far you're not like, what are you talking about?
My name is Bryant McGowan. I'm in Moselle, South Carolina. Today is
Okay, I'm pausing real quick. I want to get to the part again, the point of this, to hear how he describes the part about the check, because it's deja vu moment for me, at least. But it's important as we go through these inconsistencies.
Valley Street Extension.
Jumping ahead.
okay. How long have you lived there?
Since
Gloria Satterfield back on February 2nd of this year, which was a Friday. And you recall the incident I'm referring to?
yes, sir.
All right. I wanted to ask you some questions about, why don't you just go ahead and start off by filling me in as to how your day unfolded that day.
I went to work that morning and I received a phone call from my wife that Gloria was injured, seriously injured, and asking me if I could come home. I immediately left and headed to Moselle. It's about a 12 to 13 minute ride under normal circumstances, and I appreciated the fact that this was a serious injury, so I would estimate that I made it in probably 10 minutes or so.
Okay, so here's sorry, where's my mouse? Okay, so you remember, guys, when I was like typing and I was like, oh, did you say 12 to 13? I'm pretty sure 12 to 13. As I was playing that part, I was double checking it and I had it right. It's so funny. I have a really good memory. Like I will say, I have a really good memory, but I always double, triple, quadruple check just to make sure. So, but if you guys ever hear me do that and you're like, what is she talking? That, like, that's why. That's me saying it out loud, because if I ever even think for a split second, oh, hold on, I haven't reviewed that in a second. I just went, as it was playing, I went back to the Word document and I made sure I typed 12 to 13, which I did. But here is the map I was referring to also about what Google Maps says, right? So 18 minutes for this drive. But we did pull up on that other episode. I think, yeah, it was the first episode. We did pull up that file from the trial with his actual drive times, which I think is really helpful because that matters more, right? Like, I know for me, whatever Google Maps says is not how long it's going to take me. You know, it could be more, it could be less. It's just like, it's never going to be exactly that. So.
Upon arriving, found Gloria, my wife, my son, Paul, and my employee, Ronnie Freeman, on the, we call it a patio for lack of a better term, landing area at the bottom of the steps. Gloria was there, sitting up, big pool of blood lot of blood on the side of her face. And shortly after I arrived here, EMS arrived and tended to her.
Did you know Gloria was coming to your house that day?
I didn't,
Okay.
but
Was that uncommon? Was that uncommon for Gloria to be here at your house?
uncommon for her to be here?
Yeah. Was it? I mean, you said when you left for work that morning, you didn't know that Gloria was going to be coming to work. I mean, coming for any purpose to the house.
I didn't know that day.
Right.
My wife knew she was coming.
Okay. Did you? And when you talked with your wife, you understood that she was coming for what reason?
Gloria was coming to be paid. My mom inadvertently left town without paying Gloria.
You guys, this is insane. Let me just rewind that a second. It's never going to cease to amaze me. It just sounds identical.
Did you? And when you talked with your wife, you understood that she was coming for what reason?
Gloria was coming to be paid. My mom inadvertently left town without
It just sounds like he's making it up on the spot. Like he didn't have a planned answer for that question. Let's listen one more time. It just sounds like he's improvising it. And so when he's not sure, to get by himself time, he starts with my mom.
left town without paying Gloria for
Any purpose to the house?
I didn't know that day.
Right.
My wife knew she was coming.
Okay. Did you? And when you talked with your wife, you understood that she was coming for what reason?
Gloria was coming to be paid. My mom inadvertently left town without paying Gloria for work and had asked Maggie to pay her on her behalf. And so Gloria was coming here to get paid.
Okay. And were you able to speak with Gloria before she was taken away?
So is Kitsmits here? I would love it if Kitsmits is here. Shout out to Kitsmits. Nightbot was saying hi. But did you guys hear what I mean though? Like anyway, okay, let me go back to the document, but, it's just, yeah. So it's like he's just coming up with that. I mean, it really is, to try to give a reason why Gloria was going to the house. I mean, that's what it sounds like to me, because none of it makes any sense. It doesn't make any sense, because why would she be going when everyone's asleep? And Maggie doesn't need to have any information about it. It just sounds like Alex is lying about why Gloria's going to the house. Or maybe he was the only one that knew she was coming to the house, but he had to try to, I don't know, give a reason why Maggie would know. I don't know. It's just, yeah. So, let me scroll back to here. Maggie doesn't give a when or a why in her statement. Okay, for Gloria coming to the house, and there is no mention from her in her statement, no mention of a check or getting paid. Here's where the inconsistency is, because yet Alex, why is it? Okay. Has this information, according to him, right? Has this information, but got it from Maggie, who is just a disaster, really. Let me change but to and. I think that makes more sense. Okay. You know, this is a lot. Like, you guys think about this. Like, we are attempting to point out all the logical or practical inconsistencies with all this regarding Alex, and in that we're having to look at his statements, which is, we all know what his statements are like. Like, this is like a monumental task, right? To like, because as we know, there's so many, but what I was going to say is like, it's like a tough job. Like somebody's got to do, like somebody's got to freaking do this, right? Like, so we're doing it. So, okay. The 4 dogs were outside the house. So this is another tough one I kind of, because is it an inconsistency with what's been said already? Not per se. It's just an inconsistency with reality. So it's tough to know how to articulate that. Okay, I'm going to word it this way. It's like, I'm going to word it this way as an inconsistency with her own statement, in the sense that if she and Paul are asleep and Alex is at work, why are the dogs outside the house? Who's watching the dogs? Why are they outside? Who put them there? It doesn't make any sense. So that's how I'll do that. Okay. So if Alex is at work, okay, stay on one thing at a time. If Alex is at work and Maggie and Paul are asleep, how and why are the dogs roaming outside the house? I mean, they're unattended. Okay, good night, wifey. Love you. Love you, wifey. Okay, so, oh, cute. I'm glad you weren't already asleep, because I don't know what time you sent that comment. Okay, so next, we did the 4 dogs. One thing at a time. That's why I wanted to lay it out like this too, and put it in categories, because it would make it easier to do one thing at a time. Because if you try to take it all on at once, it's impossible. All right, Ronnie, Freeman, and Travis were working, but not near your house. That's not an inconsistency. That's consistent that they would be at the kennels. All right, heard the dogs barking. Okay, this is important. I've noticed. Heard the dogs barking and found Gloria lying on the back of her head. On her back with her head toward the bottom. This is the thing. I noticed this, guys, when I was double checking, triple checking all my shit. Dude, here's the thing that's interesting that's missing from her statement. What's missing is she never says the dogs woke her up. And here's what I realized, guys. I realized something insane. I realized that we have all been inferring that, because it's, as I've realized that, I think when I say we, I mean myself, and I think the collective, everyone, like when discussing it, there's things that I've noticed that we've done to correct the problems without meaning to, because they seem like small things, and it's like, it's to correct a problem so that things can make sense in the brain. And I remember pointing these out during the trial, and I'm like, oh wow, I just did this with something Alex said. It's the same thing here. Like, everyone has described it, and everyone's had this understanding, I feel like, that, oh, the dogs woke them up. Why? Because Maggie and Paul both say they are asleep. And the next thing they both say is they hear dogs barking. Here's what's fucking weird. Neither of them say, and when they're interviewed separately, neither of them actually say that the dogs woke them up. Now, what are the odds of that? Because if they're both asleep, like, okay, the events can't be happening at different times, right? For both of them, if they're both at the house. So like, they're both asleep. Whatever time Gloria fell, if there's dogs barking, they would have heard it, right? Regardless of anything else. And it would have been at the same time. So the odds that they both got woken up by the dogs but that they both didn't say that. Like, it would maybe be plausible if one of them forgot to mention it, but that the other one wouldn't, when it's such an important part of this entire fucking thing. It's not plausible to me. But it's also seems just from the sake of logic, if you're going in chronological order and you say, and this is why I think we've corrected it in our brains, because if they say, yep, in the statement, I was Maggie says, like, I was asleep. The dogs were outside. I heard dogs barking and found Gloria. Like, the logical thing missing is, wait, when and how did you wake up? And I think that's why we've all assumed it's from the dogs barking. That's why I wanted to point this out. She never says anything about the dogs waking her up, and neither does Paul. It's weird. It's just, we were asleep and then we weren't asleep. They don't even say when they aren't asleep. It's just assumed because they see Gloria that they have to be awake, unless they're sleepwalking, right? Like, literally, this is what we're dealing with. They just don't, it's omitted. It's completely omitted. That's why it's weird. So I said, notice we can and have inferred that the dogs woke her up, but Maggie doesn't actually say that when describing the events in sequential order. And again, I'm just saying, if you're going off of your memory, we all know this, like, if you're recalling your memory and you're just going in sequential order, the time doesn't matter here in terms of like what time you did this or that. It does for certain things, but not here. What matters is you're just going in order of what happened. And if you start with, I was asleep, the way the normal brain would work is the next thing that would happen is I woke up, right? Because how can you speak to the next anything else that happens next to you sequentially if you're still asleep, right? It makes no sense. You can't say I was asleep and then let's say I was asleep and then I drove the car. No, you have to wake up first, right? Unless you're sleepwalking. You guys see what I mean? Hopefully that makes sense. There's a sequence. Now, if you don't start, had they not started with I was asleep, when I mean they, Maggie and Paul, right? Had they not started with I was asleep, it wouldn't be weird. We wouldn't be expecting to hear anything about waking up. But because they start with I was asleep, the next thing that has to happen is you wake up. Hopefully that makes sense. But that's why it's weird. So I don't even know. I'm not going to, how do I put this here? So I'm not going to put it as an inconsistency because actually it's not technically it's not an inconsistency. It's just, it's the problem as I just described it. It doesn't make any sense, but is it inconsistent with anything else? No. It would only be an inconsistency, I guess, here if somebody was like, oh no, they weren't asleep. So you know what I mean? All right. Gloria's eyes were open. She was conscious and mumbling gibberish. That's, I guess, kind of consistent with what we had heard from the 911 call. Satterfield did not say. Okay, here's why. Let me clarify this. Why say and no are in brackets. From the document, the Nautilus insurance document, literally the sentence says, look at where it says here in quotes, and omit say and omit no. The literal verbatim sentence in the document says, Satterfield did not what happened. That's fucking weird, right? Likely a typo, but it's still weird because those verbs matter here. Maybe it was left blank and then he expected to go back and fill it in when he finally got more information that made any type of sense from these people. Because just like how when we talked about how Alex says Gloria indicated that the dogs tripped her up, that could mean a gesture, that could mean pointing, that could mean saying something. It could mean a lot of different things. It's the same thing, right? Because if we're trying to assess her ability to talk, we only really know, the closest thing we have to actual evidence that she was able to talk is something about how she says to the EMS people when they ask her who was president, she says Bill Clinton. But we don't have that from the EMS people because apparently they weren't interviewed, or there's no record of that. We have it from Maggie. We'll get to it, but Maggie never says, I heard Gloria say why she fell. In fact, she says the opposite. She never heard that. But she does say that she heard Gloria say something like Bill Clinton is president to the EMS people. I would say that's the closest thing we have to anything about her being able to speak something. And by that, I mean, let me just say, coherent in the sense that it's not mumbling gibberish, but in other words, the information is incorrect, but it's at least words that you can make out, right? Because that matters if she could or couldn't do that, right? And we're trying to assess her bill, because the whole thing about the dogs, right? Like she said the dogs tripped her up. I mean, I guess we do also have Paul saying that Gloria told him to turn her loose, but he says that right after he says she can't talk. So I don't know. Actually, hold on. Did I not put that as an inconsistency? Hold on. No, I did put that, right? Let me just make sure. No, I did. Now I remember. I did put that as an inconsistency, but that's a big deal going because he says it back to back in the 911 call. He literally says, ma'am, she can't talk. And then the whole thing happens where he's like, oh, turn her loose. Well, sorry, we don't hear that, but we're told that's what's happening from Maggie on the call. So, or no, we're told that by Paul. I'm trying to remember. Well, we're told that by Paul right after it happened. That's what it is. Okay. So, well, see, this is what happens. It's so many things. And like, I don't even remember which thing I was trying to go over here. Guys. All right. What was I doing? I was doing right. Okay. This about her talking. That's what. So, okay. I don't think there's an inconsistency. It's just important to keep this in mind that this verb is missing. And I think that's important. It's an important verb for us to freaking have, insurance dude. Can we dude, let's find him and ask him. I have so many questions for you, insurance dude. So, okay. It's important though, right? Like, God fucking damn it. Like, what if Maggie had heard Gloria say, I don't know what happened? Think about that. That's completely, we're in a different situation entirely. If Maggie or Paul, for that matter, heard Gloria say, I don't know what happened. Okay, let's back up. If somebody says, anybody, could be anybody, hits their head or gets injured in some way, and they say, I don't know what happened, that already is different than them just not saying anything. Whereas then someone's statement would be like, they didn't say what happened because but it's implied but it's because they couldn't. That's different than them saying, I don't know what happened. Obviously, right? So I'm glad this is making sense so far. Candace, thank you. But then add to that when you've got somebody else saying that they told them what happened, or sorry, let me make sure I'm quoting him correctly, indicated what happened, whatever the fuck that means. Thank you, Alex. Okay, so when you have that, right? Now, again, what's interesting is like if this sentence here was supposed to be Satterfield did not know what happened, or sorry, hold on. Sorry. If this sentence here said Satterfield did not say what happened, that actually could be consistent with her pointing and making a gesture to the dogs. In that case, it's like, well, Satterfield didn't say what happened, but it's clear she knew what happened, but she couldn't talk. You guys see what I mean here? This is why these words matter. And we see that things scrutinized like this in statements in the legal community in trials all the time, because you can see why this matters. One change in a word here completely changes what these events could be, and also could prove or disprove what Alex is saying. So if it says Satterfield did not say what happened, well, that could still be consistent with her, like I said, gesturing and pointing towards the dogs, which would make sense with him saying, because she indicated, right? Now, if the statement here is supposed to be Satterfield did not know what happened, well, did she say she didn't know what happened? Or is it just she didn't know what happened because she couldn't talk? All that matters. Hopefully you guys can see all the different permutations and combinations as you learn in math here, right? Because we could go through and do the same thing with Alex's statement with her indicating, and we could go through and say, well, is that what would it mean if it was a gesture? Or what would it mean if she said it verbatim? And then how does that compare with these different options? And the problem is that without better details and more clarification, we're left with this. Okay, So again, I don't think it's an inconsistency because it can't be, we don't have enough information. It's just a disaster. Okay. Maggie shouted, "Oh my God." This is again from Maggie's statement that she says, "Oh my God." And then she says, "The 4 dogs were walking near Gloria," and then Paul came outside. I know it is. I agree. It is so annoying. It is so annoying. It's horrible. See, if an attorney had been present, they would have asked. It wouldn't even matter. If it was Alex's attorney, if it was an attorney for anybody, any attorney if they had been there in that situation, they would have clarified that because they would know the importance of it. Like that's what does that mean? And that's why one of the many reasons I love this process I love the way that law makes you learn to think, because you really see why one word makes such a big difference in a real, we hear it all the time in trials where there's and sometimes it is just semantics. Sometimes it is just semantics, right? We hear it all the time when it's but a lot of the time it's not just semantics. And sometimes it's easy, if you're not familiar with it, to be like, why are they fussing over what this word is or this word wasn't, blah, blah, blah. But you really, once you start following it and paying attention to that, you really see why it matters. And this is a great example here, right? This is a perfect example. And of course, Alex, being an attorney, would know the importance of words, right? So that's why I think he used the word indicate on purpose. It just makes it harder to prove or disprove. Just like we saw him do that shit in the trial and, prior to the trial, like when he had his interviews. The vagueness, right? The vagueness all the time, but trying to make it seem like it would be normal to talk like that so that people would believe you, and then just let them make their own assumptions. Goddamn him. All right. So Maggie shouted, "Oh my God, the 4 dogs were walking near Gloria." Paul came outside. Again, there's not an inconsistency per se, but it is again still noteworthy that we're missing from this entire chain of events anything about waking up. Ronnie and Travis just came to the house. Yeah, there's nothing wrong there. She called 911 and sent Travis out to meet EMS. Now, of course, what's missing is her calling Alex. It's like, do I want to add a whole other category of what's missing? Okay, let me think about it. I feel like I make a note of that somewhere. Hold on. Where do I note that? Maybe I note it in Pulse. Let me just make sure. I don't want to be redundant. Okay. I feel like I've typed it somewhere already. Let me just see. Here. So okay, so I have it there. So she called 911. Travis sent Travis. So I think it's fine. No first aid was rendered. Maggie put the dogs inside. Okay. So some of this is just, okay. So remember, the dogs rarely were let inside the house, if ever, due to Buster's allergies. But this would be a way to explain why there were no dogs on scene when EMS arrived. This is all really important stuff right here, and it's a mess. Okay, what am I trying to say here? So the problems that exist are this. There is no evidence that there were ever any dogs. Okay, let me just put it this way. There's never been any evidence that dogs were there. What do I mean by that? There were no dogs on the scene when EMS arrived. There were no dogs heard in the 911 call. That's really the only other way apart from the statements from people, right? And unfortunately, yeah, so there's no evidence of the dogs being around. So the problem is then when you have a statement made by the dogs tripped her up, or a reason for the fall being the dogs tripped her up, you have to explain 2 things simultaneously. How the dogs got there, why they're there, how they're there without EMS seeing them, how they're there but then how they're not hurt. Like, you have to account for the dogs both being there and not being there at the same time. Does that make sense? That's tough to do. But boy, is that a real Alex thing, right? Having to do, like, that sounds like classic Alex, right? You guys see what I mean? Like, reminds me of all the things from the trial. So yeah, Weasel is right, Copper. I don't know why Nightbot is being sleepy. Because Weasel's a command, isn't it? I know it was. Pretty sure. Let me just make sure. It's so Weaselly. It really is. So I'm just double check and see. Yeah, I do have a Weasel command. I don't know what's night. Oh, sorry. New comments, and I didn't scroll. I'm an idiot. That's why. Okay. That's right, Candace. That's right. You know who else that's true for is Alex, right? Because he's supposed to arrive before EMS, but yeah, according to him, it's just like Alex. Alex and, hold on, this is like a breakthrough moment in my brain. What do they have in common? Alex and the dogs. Both of them are there and not there at the same time. There's no accounting for any of it in any of the witness statements because they thank God we have something for Maggie and Paul, right? Okay. All right. So remember, the dogs were rarely let inside the house if ever due to Buster's allergies, but this would be a way to explain why there were no dogs on scene when EMS arrived. So wait, what am I referring to here? Okay. So that in this statement, Maggie's saying she put the dogs inside. So that would be, okay, what's my point? My point is that Maggie might have been asked by the insurance adjuster, okay, yeah, then the EMS people didn't see any dogs. So do you know what happened there? And Maggie might have said, oh, I put the dogs inside, right? Is my thought. She put the dogs. So then he would write down, oh, Maggie put the dogs inside. So, but the important part is in the statement that happens after she called 911. So in other words, she calls 911. These are all in order, right? She sends Travis out to meet EMS. She comments that no first aid was rendered. She says she puts the dogs inside. So if that's true, it would make the dog still present during the 911 call, which would actually have to be the case if Gloria fell on because of the dog. If Gloria tripped on the dogs and they come out and they all report seeing Maggie and Paul both say they come out and they see the dogs, right? At Gloria's feet or whatever. Gloria's on her back. They see the dogs. They're reporting the dogs being present. And then she goes and gets her phone and calls 911. The dogs would have to be heard on that 911 call. There's no way around it. They would have to be heard on that 911 call. And here's the other important thing. Remember, despite Maggie and Paul never saying how they wake up, it is inferred, trying to fix their statements for them, that the only way they woke up, the only connection between being asleep and then the next thing is the dogs barking, is if you try to fix that statement, you're like, well, they must have woken up because of the dogs. Well, what would that mean? It would mean the dogs were barking on their own loud enough to wake them up, which would mean that when they came out there and called 911, the dogs would be barking loud enough to hear on the 911 call. And we know we hear it on the 911 call from Alex, right? Later, we know you guys know what I mean. We hear the dogs barking then. So it's not like the dogs barking is quiet. It's just not. We know that we hear it on the 911 call from then. So, but here in this situation, the dogs are supposed to be immediately nearby. There's 4 of them barking. And you don't hear them on the 911 call. So let me just read this one more time. Remember, the dogs rarely were let inside the house, if ever due to Buster's allergies. But this would be a way to explain why there were no dogs on. So, right. So that's another problem, is the allergy thing. So, fucking hell. In other words, this entire thing with dogs is a disaster because Maggie says she puts them inside. That already there is problematic. That's why I pointed out the allergies thing, because that is already problematic because we know that they were it seems like they were basically never in the house. So it could be that they just hadn't. Which sounds like improvising when you're confronted with information that you don't know how to explain, and you're improvising and then hoping that somebody like me doesn't come through after the fact and pick it apart and realize it's a complete and utter disaster. Nothing makes any fucking sense. So now I'm going to be clear here. For any inconsistencies in Paul and Maggie's statements, I am not blaming them. I don't think it was their fault. I think just like with other things we've seen with Alex, he made this statement about the fucking dogs, and then they are left having to pick up the pieces when they are asked what happened. And they have to try to include his parts of the story in what happened. I'm not blaming them at all. I think that they are in a tough position here. That's what I think. That's all I'll say on that right now for a second. Okay, so even when I'm putting inconsistencies, though, under their own statements, I'm not saying it's them being inconsistent. I'm saying like the information is inconsistent, but the information that's inconsistent is only being told because they have to validate Alex's thing, right? His parts of what he said or support it, whatever you want to say. So this coming from a man who went all the way to rehab just to try to prove he had a drug addiction. I know, right? DSN, thank you. My brain is just, it's so, I know. You're right, Candace. He was so protected by his high status in the community, no one was going to pick it apart. You see, I have a dog with late stage Alzheimer's. The thing about this, and the reason why I wanted to do this, is because when you start looking at this information, it's hard not to start seeing a bigger picture and a pattern and start being concerned about things, if that makes sense. I have concerns. I have a lot of concerns about this. Okay. So this is getting to the part where I'm like, I foresaw this happening, which is where I'm like, it's going to be impossible to type up the inconsistencies. But anyway, let me keep going. Alex arrived before EMS. You guys, it breaks my brain. There is no, again, I'm typing this information from the statement. And then in parentheses, I'm adding all the fucking problems. So it's on all caps, and it's in the brackets here. Still no mention. Again, just like with the waking up thing. Oh my God, it's just such a fucking disaster. This is your Maggie statement. Just like with the waking up thing. Where are the problems? Where are the problems? Okay, if you say you're asleep and then you say you did the next thing, you have to say you woke up first, or it doesn't make any sense. Similar thing here. If anything, there's an inconsistency in that it makes no sense. This happens, this happens, this happens, this happens, this happens. Then the next thing, Alex arrived before EMS. We're missing a lot of shit here, right? How did he find out? When did you call him? None of this is in the, y'all. You know what it's also like? It's like when he says, I left one time and then I came back. It's kind of like that. It's that kind of makes sense. It's just weird. I believe it's Candace's. Hold on, because we can get the direct quote using Nightbot's abilities. Secondary reason for the command. Hold on. Yep, direct quote from Alex. I left one time and then I came back. So actually, that makes more sense. At least he's like, well, I left and then I came. What this is more like if the statement was just, I came back. You'd be like, well, wait, hold on. What? We're missing the part where you left. That's what this is like. We're missing all this of when did you call him? When there's no mention of the time when he arrives. If I was Maggie, I would leave that out too. You know, let him, because you don't. EMS initially planned to drive Gloria to a field a few miles away, but decided not to do that. They instead drove her to the hospital 30 miles away to meet the helicopter. So again, this is what I was saying. We were going to get to this part where I wish I could decode that CAD report, because DSN, thank you for asking that. The only person who ever says that Maggie called Alex is Alex. And he doesn't, in terms of when he says, I think people, again, all along have been making a whole lot, they've been fixing this because the brain can't do it otherwise. Because I know that I've heard this talked about, and people are like, oh, was Alex called before or after? And then it's like, oh, well, he must have been called before, because that's how he arrives at the house. We're going through this entire fucking thing by the record. And here's what we have as far as we're going to go. Let's just point it all out. Anytime there's a mention of Alex being called, let's go through it. Okay, real quick. It's not going to take long because I know where it all is. So when is there any talk of Alex being called at all? So this is from the 911 call. Nothing on the 911 call about Alex isn't mentioned at all. Okay. Now we have Alex's verbal statement. He says Maggie calls him and tells him and he leaves to come home. Gives no times. He says Maggie calls him. No times given at all. So we couldn't say. Now, again, when they follow back up about the times in this updated statement, what does he say? This is the problem with this question, DSN. Now, it's a great question. It's an important question, but here's the problem. This is the only other time there's any mention of Alex being called, and it makes no actual sense, because here's why. There's only 2 times. This is the second time. The first time it's Maggie called him, no details. This is the second time. He had been at work for 2 hours when Maggie called. So he says he leaves for work at 7:45. That would put him getting there at like 8:05-ish. If he'd been at work for 2 hours when Maggie called, it's at least 10 a.m. But how does he arrive before EMS? It's impossible. The math doesn't work. He would get home after 10 o'clock, 10:15, 10:20 at the earliest. But he arrives, according to him, Maggie, and Paul, he arrives before EMS. The latest they possibly could have arrived, the latest EMS possibly could have arrived is 9:41. That's if you go by Google Maps time. So they would have arrived sooner than that. It doesn't even matter. It's such a far cry from after 10 o'clock. It doesn't even matter. You see, I mean, these are different galaxies. There's no way to fix this. So I know. I see why you're confused. You're right. 9:24 was the 911 call. This is Alex's statement. We know the 911 call was at 9:24. That's not in question. That's a fact. So the thing that's the problem is, when was he called? And there's basically what we see is the fact that, again, when Maggie and Paul are giving their statements, they do not check. Y'all, listen to me here. They don't mention Alex at all. They don't mention him until 2 things. Alex arrived before EMS, or Alex said the dogs tripped her up. And my guess is they were prompted by the insurance adjuster, by him asking that, because he already had that information from Alex, and then they confirmed it. But isn't it interesting that they don't mention him when they're going in chronological order of what happened, sequential order? Again, they don't have to know what times. If they just go, if they're recalling on their memory and they're saying this happened, then this happened, then this happened again, just like the same thing. Logically, if you start with I was asleep, the next thing you would have to say before you say anything else that you did is that you woke up, logically, right? It's the same thing. So when they're going through their whole thing, neither of them mention him at all. And that includes calling him. There's no mention of him being called. No one says it. Only Alex. And the first time he says it, he gives no details. And the second time he says it, The circumstances he gives are impossible. It's impossible. I mean, starting with him being at work, we know, again, like I said, he never went to work at that time in the morning. But even if you say, okay, maybe he went to work at that time, this is impossible. What he says is impossible. If you want my honest, if what you're wanting is like, try to make it make sense for me, please. If that's the thing, here's what I think. I think he wasn't called. I think he wasn't called. I think the only explanation is that he was never at work and he was at the house. That's the only way I can work out any of this, because none of it makes sense. None of it makes, it is the only way. You can just pick one practical issue. Pick one. For example, him arriving before the ambulance. There's no way. There's no way unless, for example, he was called, unless he was called and he happened to be called and Maggie delayed in calling that, like there was a delay before she called 911. Quite a good delay. But again, we don't have any indication because the closest thing we have is from him. But if the time that he gives would put him arriving way after EMS. You see what I mean? Okay. Ambulance, right? We don't have a record of that. Remember when we looked at this up, DSN, and you were helping me, and Fitz News said it arrived at 9:41, but then it's not actually in the CAD report. Everyone's doing same thing. Remember when I said the fixing? That's them fixing the fact that information is missing, because otherwise you can't make sense of any of it. But because we want to know, we need to know, but it's not in the CAD report. So remember, we Googled it, and Google said that to go from the station where they were at, the EMS people, and then to Moselle was a 17-minute drive. And we did the math, and then I laughed, and I was like, that's exactly how Fitz News did it. If you do 924 plus 17, you get 941. That's how they came up with that. And here's the thing, though, right? Remember, that time is if you go with Google Maps drive time. An ambulance would go faster. But, so here's what we can say. With the 911 call being at 9:24, and we know that going the speed limit, the station is 17 minutes away, they would have arrived on or before, but more than likely before 9:41. 9:41 would have been the latest that they could have arrived. But we don't have a record of their arrival. That's the problem. But it could not have been later than 9:41. So that's the thing. Could not have. So it was probably before that. But let's just say between 9:24, right, and 9:41 has to be in that window. That's a good way to put it. The window has to be between 9:24 and 9:41. So do you see what I mean? Why this is problematic here? And because the thing that we know that because that time, the 9:24 is unfallible. Like that's a piece of information that we can actually rely on. And we can also rely on the fact that the ambulance would have arrived on or before 9:41. We can't adjust those times to fit what Alex is saying here, right? We can't say, oh, well, this must be wrong and they must have come later. They must have maybe they got a flat tire on their way and then arrived at 10:30, right? Like, no, it's not plausible. The stretches, what we would have to do to make this work of what he said is not reasonable. So we can go from the facts about the EMS and the 911 call, but that means that this is impossible. So let me know what other questions you have. Is this making sense? Right. But like I was saying, she would have had to call. Here, the thing is that the distance from the ambulance, the EMS place, station, whatever you want to call it, to Moselle, it's closer than Alex's work. It's closer. It's closer by a couple minutes from Alex's work. And they're an ambulance. So for him to beat them back to the house, the only way that's possible, even if he's speeding, Do you think he's going to speed more than an ambulance? Probably not going to get away with that, right? Probably not practical. But even still, if he did, let's say he drove 150 miles an hour, right? Or whatever, there's still a lot of stoplights. We've seen it. We've done the driving. The amount of delay that would have had to happen. I mean, I guess, okay, maybe there was a lot of delay. There would have to be a significant delay before 911 was called. That's what would have to happen in order for him to get there first. But that's not even the problem. I have less of a problem with the fact, like, I think that's still possible. Okay, let me reframe. It is more plausible to me that Maggie called him and then there was some sort of a big delay. Maybe they didn't, who knows? There's a delay and then they called 911 and he speeds really fucking fast and he gets there first. That is more plausible to me than, hold on, how to frame this. That is more, sorry, let me put this a different way. That's not the biggest problem. Like, I can accept that. The biggest problem I have is that Maggie and Paul don't ever say she called him. That's the bigger issue. That's what I mean to say. Like, we need to solve that issue first before we start. You see what I mean? Like, they never say he was called. Only Alex says it. That to me is the bigger problem because this is, and again, if they never mentioned that he, just like with the waking up thing, if Maggie and Paul never said, oh yeah, Alex arrived X next time, right? As we know, they say he arrives before EMS. They don't give a time. They say before EMS. If they never said he arrived, it wouldn't be weird to leave him out. Or wouldn't be as weird to leave him out because then it would be like, oh, they just didn't mention him, right? But it's weird because if you're going to say, oh, he arrived and he was at work, it's weird to say that without first saying, oh, how did that even happen? Oh, he had to be called. You see what I mean? It doesn't make sense when you're recalling in chronological order or sequential order with someone who's asking you about the sequential order of things for a statement. It doesn't make any sense to just say someone, it's like, again, like he just materialized, right? Like we were saying before, like he just literally appeared out of nowhere. That's what it is. That's what it reads like in the statements. And we, I could pull those documents up, but we pulled them up on the past several episodes. So, like what Candace said here, he was there and not there at the same time. He had to just materialize out of thin air. It's just not. Right. Thank you, DSN. That's a perfect way of saying yes. Alec is the only ambulance chaser who gets there before the ambulance. That is a profound, actually, besides being funny as fuck, that's actually pretty profound because isn't that so accurate for him? I think that sums it up right there. And it's the same fucking thing with the murders because he knew what he was going to find when he got there. Right? How did he call 911 so fast? How did he see the dead body so fast? That whole thing. Same thing. Same. I think that's really great. Thank you for saying that. So do you see why, are you guys seeing why none of it works? Like the only thing that works. And we're going to keep going through Maggie's and Paul's statements, but you guys will see why it's so weird. It's just so weird because Maggie and Paul would have to be working extra hard to even tell their story of what happened and leave out these things about Alex if they happened. It would be like impossible to do, especially when you've got someone asking you the questions. Think of it like in court, like they're being asked leading questions and he's still not mentioned. He's still not mentioned until he materializes just before EMS arrives. But there's no explanation of how he fucking gets there. You guys, you see what I mean? And that's what you get with leading questions for real? Man. Yeah. And if you're thinking to yourselves, why didn't the insurance adjuster get more details and press more on these questions. I think the answer to that will become more clear as once we go through some more of these court documents, because things we're going to learn. I don't, just like with the trial, I don't want to spoil things ahead of time, right? I want to learn them in chronological order with you guys or go through them. So while I could answer some of these questions, I'm not going to. I want to wait until we get to the point in the document. But I'll just say, one of the many things that makes no sense is, like, as we know, the insurance adjusters, their jobs are to get all the information and prove that they shouldn't have to pay. So that's why this is weird, because it's like asking certain questions, like you need the answer to this, but then you're not getting a full answer, but then you never follow up. It's weird because it doesn't make any sense. I know, Candace, I know. Oh, we got a DSN. Hold on. My brain is going like a million miles a minute.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
LOL. It's so funny. I like, you guys, I'm almost cold. I have to just tell you, like, I'm always cold. I'm literally sweating and I'm standing still. I think it's because my brain is working so hard trying to process and then explain and solve all this information at one time. It's like a computer overheating. It's really funny. I'm actually like sweating. It's just funny. All right. So I don't even know. This is just wild. So where were we? I don't even know where we were. My brain. So, okay. Yes. So the call is it's just a disaster. And I agree. Yeah. How many times do they have to cover his ass? That's exactly right. So, okay. How and why the dogs? Where was I in this statement though? Let me see. Okay. Right. So Alex arrives before. So this, I remember now. Okay. We were talking about how it's weird that there's just no mention of the phone call. So let me just back up. So in Maggie's statement, no first aid was rendered. Maggie puts the dogs inside. The next thing she says in her statement is Alex arrives before EMS. Do you see why it's weird? There's things missing, yo. Like, help me out here. So when I have this type of stuff, these are my thoughts, but you have to remember that the things in the bullet points with the boxes are in sequential order without missing anything in terms of the timeline. So this is just my thoughts, but we have to remember that what matters in terms of the sequence is this, and the next thing that she said was this. So, okay, still no mention of ever calling him, ever, or the time when he arrives. It's just he arrives before EMS. He's a wizard. Whatever. Fucking hell. EMS initially planned to drive Gloria to a field a few miles away, but they decided not to do that. Again, we just don't have any explanation for this. They instead drove her to the hospital 30 miles away to meet the helicopter. If we could decode that CAD report, it would be great. Maggie and Alex drove separately. Alex to the hospital in Walterboro, Maggie to the hospital in Charleston. Gloria never told Maggie why she fell. You guys, this is a good one. Gloria never told Maggie why she fell. She said Gloria's relatives told her that the dogs tripped her up. Well, you know who the relatives probably heard that from. So Alex, it's just like what he's done with everything else, where he just says one thing and then everybody repeats it and then everyone just thinks that's what happened. I'm just standing here shaking my head. Again, there's not really any inconsistencies here because we know that Gloria was never told why Maggie fell. Again, it's inconsistent with reality. Like there's things that are inconsistent with reality. That's the words I've been looking for. Where we have these inconsistencies, I'm trying to point out things that are inconsistent with prior statements, because to point out all the inconsistencies with reality, it's a whole different category. I guess that the things where I have like stars, that's more like things that are inconsistent with reality or just impossible, or I just put those notes in the category there. But where I have it here, these inconsistencies are going to be like within their own statements or whatever previous statements. That's how we're going to understand it. So, So in a sense, again, here, that's not an inconsistency the way it's categorized here, but it doesn't make sense with reality. So that's fine. So we'll leave that like that. All right, Paul. Details. Similarly to Maggie, Paul stated that he was asleep when the incident happened. He heard dogs barking and Maggie yell out, so he knew something was wrong. Again, same thing. We're skipping over the part where he wakes up. It's just left out. So I've said, also similarly, Maggie doesn't say the dogs woke him up, only that the barking, along with Maggie's calling out to him, alerted him to something was wrong. Okay. He saw Gloria had fallen on the steps and Maggie rushed to get a phone. Now, this would be a great time. Okay, if you were a normal person just speaking from like saying what happened, wouldn't this be a good time to just automatically be like, oh yeah, she called my dad? Like, if you're offering, he's remembering it. Remember, okay, he's picturing these events. He's thinking he's remembering them. And he's saying how his mom ran to get a phone. While you're on that topic, that's like, would be a normal time to talk about who she called. If she called, and especially if she called Alex before 911. Gloria's feet were on this, but here's what he says. Gloria's feet were on the second or third step from the bottom and she was on her back. He said he remembered his dad arriving. I took that verbatim out of the document. Asking her what happened. This is referring to his dad. And she said something about the dogs. Now, he doesn't say that he heard Gloria say that, right? That's in reference to that, his dad. Gloria started throwing up, so he and his dad sat her up. He did not speak with Gloria's relatives or attend her funeral. Now, here's the thing that no one else pointed out that I've heard of. This is weird. Why is this weird? Do you guys know why? I'm sure you know why. I'm just going to give you a second to see if you can think of why is that an inconsistency in and of itself? Think about it. That is actually a huge red flag to me. But I've not heard anyone actually point that out. Again, you can't fault any. There's so many problems. Of course, it's not, I went too far with my dot. Okay, you guys are used to my sound effects by now. If you're a new viewer, I make sound effects. Oh no, don't do that, please. Sorry, my formatting. Are you guys answering? So DSN says she said something about the dogs and then started throwing up. Yeah, the way it's listed is in the document is not like those two things are coupled together. It's not like listed like she said something about the dogs and then started throwing up. It's like this. She says something about the dogs. This is the only mention where my cursor is here of Paul in Paul's statement. This is the only mention here. Like this is grouped together as one thought in the document, and he was probably asked by the insurance adjuster something about when did your dad arrive or whatever, and he says he remembered his dad arriving. So he's saying like, okay, if I were Paul, he doesn't quote Paul, but Matt, to try to make this make more sense, it's like Paul would be saying, I remember my dad arriving. He asked her what happened, and she said something about the dogs, like something like that, right? But it's like one thought, essentially, the way it's typed up in the document, and then it's like a new sentence, and then these two are coupled together as cause and effect, or whatever, cause and action, right? These are coupled together as in these two things, if that makes sense. That they sat her up because she started throwing up. Does that make sense, DSN? Am I understanding what you meant there properly? Let me know. So I needed to go further with my dot. Hi, Super Planner Girl. Happy to see you. There we go. That's what I needed. See, I can't stand it when it's not consistent with the freaking layout. But the question I had though was about the funeral. What is the inconsistency? Is there an inconsistency there? Do you guys notice anything? That he didn't speak with any of her relatives and he didn't attend her funeral. Paul, we're talking about. Meanwhile, Alex did attend her funeral, but we know why. But why is there anything odd about? And I'm trying to remember, does Maggie say anything about the funeral? Let's see. Maggie's just left out entirely, so we don't know. I bet, you know what? I bet Maggie didn't go either. Isn't that interesting? If only Alex went to the funeral so he could talk to the sons. Man. Does that make any of you guys uncomfortable to know that, to think that? Maggie and Paul, who would have spent the most time with Gloria, since Alex would have been working, right? As they didn't attend the funeral, but Alex attended the funeral. So he could approach her sons and do the lawsuit. But are you guys getting what I'm saying about, do you guys notice the inconsistency? So DSN saying Alex told Paul and Maggie in order to get Satterfield's money. Right. Yeah. I think that's 100% true. But then how did Gloria fall is the question, right? How did Gloria fall? She didn't have any known health issues. The next question we have to ask is, were the dogs really ever there, right? We know that this seems to be the case, right? I think this is accurate. Does it make sense that the dogs were there? Were the dogs there? What evidence do we have of the dogs being there? Remember, we pointed that out just I don't know, however long ago. The only evidence of the dogs being there at the house is this statement about the dogs tripping her. So knowing that the dogs usually stayed at the kennels, between that and then which one are we going to lie on, right? Between what typically was happening with the dogs, especially we know that the two caretakers were there at the kennels. So are we going to go with that? Or are we going to go with the dogs tripping her, and so therefore the dogs were there? You see what I mean? So if the dogs weren't there, and Maggie, or sorry, Gloria didn't have any known health issues, she was not that old, she was 50 something. How did she fall? How did she die? Like, let's just back up. I fall all the time. Let me just say, I am very clumsy. I've had a lot of concussions, nothing too serious, but I've had a lot of them. I am very clumsy and I fall all the time. And I will tell you that is a running joke for me. I've never fallen downstairs, but I have fallen upstairs on many. I mean, this has happened to me a lot. Here's what I will say. If we want to talk about something that's interesting here, right? I can say from experience, having fallen upstairs a lot. She's described as having, remember, it's 8 steps, and she's described as having her head. Well, let me just pull it up. Here. Gloria's feet were on the 2nd or 3rd step from the bottom, and she was on her back. And that would place her head basically at the bottom of the stairs on the landing. On her back with her feet going up the stairs. Having fallen upstairs many, many, many times myself, I don't care what the reason is. If it's a dog, if it's a plane, if it's a tree, if you just are clumsy, if your shoe fell off, if you got stung by a bee, I cannot imagine a scenario that puts you in this position. So I think maybe now is the time to start looking at this stuff because it's relevant. Like, how do we get in this position? This is new question. All right. How do we get in this position? I want you guys to help me out here. Let's brainstorm. Let's remove the idea. We're going to delete for a second the idea of falling upstairs. We're going to ask ourselves this question. How do you end up in this position as described? Where there's 8 stairs, brick stairs outside, and you have your head at the bottom, basically, right? You've cracked your head, not cracked your head open, but almost. And your feet are on the second or 3rd step from the bottom. Let me pull up, if I can do it, let me pull up the stairs so you guys can have a visual. We need to think about this because logistically, I think this is a tough position to find oneself in. Personally, I don't know how that would really work. But maybe you guys, that's why I want y'all to help me out with that. Let me pull up. I have it here. It's in this part somewhere. I know I put pictures in here of it. Somewhere. Why are we not seeing it? Hold on. Labradoodle.
All right. And
Correct, Super Planner Girl. Yes. Her head is below her feet. Yeah. And we're going to pull up the stairs. You guys, yeah.
I know we had gone over that the obedience school
Correct, Super Planner Girl. Yes.
is run by Brett Lawson, and you're gonna tie down the rest of that information for me.
I'm gonna get Brett Lawson's. I'm gonna get what paperwork he has. I'm gonna get vet records, and I'm gonna get the genealogical.
I think it's further. Let me find it.
Or doing something out here. It would have been in the very recent past.
It would have been within 14 days.
Certainly within 14 days.
Okay.
Probably less than that.
All right.
Yeah, Candace, I think you're onto something.
Have any other incidences?
Where the heck is it? Hold on. It's in this one, isn't it, that I have it? Freaking, I know I have pictures in this. Where are they?
Kennels, and we're gonna button up all that data. But she had been away at a.
When they talk about the stairs is when I include the picture of this. There they are. Bam. Yes. Okay. Now let me go back. Now that that's there, we have it. Let me go back to the document to show you. So here's how Paul describes it. Actually, let's do how Maggie describes it first. So Maggie describes it as, I'm so glad you guys are here to help me think this through. So here's what Maggie says. Found Gloria lying on the back of her head lying on her back with her head toward the bottom of the steps. Here's what Paul said. I wouldn't say that they're different, but in other words, I wouldn't say they're inconsistent, but Paul gives a little more detail. So Paul says here, Gloria's feet were on the second or third step from the bottom, and she was on her back. Let's look at the stairs now. Let's look at this. This needs to be assessed, and I think it's not getting enough attention. Okay, so which angle is better? Let me pause that. All right, that's a pretty good angle. So her feet were on the second, or you guys, I don't know. The other thing, and I pointed this out before, is those stairs are really shallow. Like they're not deep stairs. It's not like, there's some stairs where you have to like really step up. Those are shallow. Like my front porch is, I think, actually probably a similar height, but it's 3 steps, not 8. So they're big steps. I know, that's exactly right. And that's what I was saying. Every time I've tripped going up steps, I fall forward and you fall and you put your hands on the next step in front of you. But also, remember how they asked her if she fell from standing? Imagine, okay, you guys, imagine this. Imagine if you were just standing. Let's say you were just standing on the stairs and you fainted. Maybe. Now we know she didn't. I'm trying to think of how, in terms of the impact, right? Because I'm trying to think of if you could if just falling would get enough impact to cause those injuries, right? If just falling with gravity versus being pushed, because regardless, never mind, she didn't have any medical issues. There's no reason she would have just fainted, but just in terms of trying to think about the force necessary, right? So I 100% Candace, this makes the most sense. Because I think you would have to be going down the stairs, and I think you would also have to be pushed. Because there's no sign. What would you normally do if you trip? Look, dude, how's no one asked this question? Sorry, I just had a thought. No one's asked this question. This is insane. What do you do if you trip on anything? Dogs or no dogs? Or like, what is the first thing you do if you're going to fall? You put your hands down. and actually, I don't know how I didn't think of this before, because there's a thing as a violinist that's really funny, because like as you fall, what violinists will do is they will actually tuck their hands away and to try to protect their hands. So it's kind of the opposite, but that's why we're always thinking about it. So, but because the normal instinct is to put your hands out. She had no injuries on her hands, you guys. Like, how has no one, I did not think of that until now. And now I'm like, how has no one pointed that out? Because that's like such an obvious thing. If this had been a crime scene that had been investigated like a crime scene or like a suspicious death, that would be the first thing they would look at. Think of like all the detective people and they or a medical exam. They would look at her hand. That's right. Yep, hands out. Yep, hands out. There would be injuries to her hands. There would be there would be a sign that she tried to break her fall. But the only injuries she has are to her head. I mean, heck, even if someone were to push you, if you were not already unconscious, you would put your hands out. If someone, I mean, I have a younger brother. I got pushed all the time. If they push you and you go to fall, you put your hands out. This is like just getting worse the more I think about it, because it's like the fact that she only had head injury is not good, you guys. Right? It's a problem. Yes, that's right. That's right. On brick, yes. There's no way not to. Shout out to Matt. Were you watching my brother, Super Planner Girl? Thanks for his shout out. Hi, Matt. Is Matt here? I don't know if Matt's here, but I'm glad. We love to shout him out anyway. He was storm chasing. I think he still is probably. I think my mom was, let's see if my mom was trying to tell me an update, something about him. She said he's been driving all day. I don't know if that means he was still chasing. I would assume so. Because I know there's still a bunch of there's still a bunch of activity out there. So. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yes. Shout out to him. 100%. Oh, you guys, I have so many great stories about my brother and I too growing up. Yeah. So yeah, for pushing me. Yeah, I know, right? Because otherwise I wouldn't even have the experience to speak on. So if I had been an only child or had a sister, I probably wouldn't really be able to speak to some of this stuff. But again, not so I had a younger brother who we wrestled, and because I'm older than him, right? So we played rough and stuff. Like I love, and then also me being accident prone. So between the two, I have a lot of experience of injuries, and I've been injured a lot, I will say. So having no scrapes, dude, brick is some like that area. I actually have a great story too about when I had a really bad fall when I was running one time. That's another story that I'll have to have pictures. That's a good one though, but it's on concrete, like a sidewalk. And I can speak to the damage that happens when you fall. It is extensive. It's more than you would think. Good night, DSN. Thank you for being here. It's more than you would think. Like that would be brutal. That would be brutal. Yeah. I probably should have gone to the hospital for that fall, but I didn't. So, but that was a fall where I was running and I tripped and there were no stairs. I just fell straight down on the pavement. But the damage that happened, you guys wouldn't even believe it. It's just way more than you would think. It took out chunks of my body on my hands, my arms, my knees. It was bad. So anyway, yeah. So, okay. But the question, did you guys figure out about the funeral? So the reason I think this is odd to me is because, remember, we know how close they were together, right? Gloria basically raised him. And we know from everybody that has talked about Paul that he loved Gloria. And I would assume Maggie did too, but we know specifically that Paul was really close. But neither of them attended her funeral. But Paul not going? It's weird. And Alex went. I mean, maybe, I don't know. It's just right. The only person that went was Alex. Also, Paul did not visit her in the hospital either. Also weird. Because he like, think about what it would take, right? This is someone you love, who raised you. It doesn't. I hate it. I hate it for Maggie and Paul. I just. Okay. So I think that's the last thing on here. Okay. I'm sure we'll be able to think of more stuff, but that was all I wanted to do here. So I mean, of course, again, it would be a whole separate category of things that are inconsistent with reality. But to that list, which I don't have typed up, I would add to that her injuries being, again, that her injuries are, and what are in terms of the reality of her injuries are the reality. We know what injuries she had. That isn't lining up with what we're being told in terms of how they were sustained. So again, that would be on in the list of things that are inconsistent with reality. Would be how she fell, I would say. So let me save this file. Okay, so now what's next? What's next is a document. Yay! So, okay, let me drink some water. All right. So remember, the previous document we did was it was the motion to have Alex civilly detained, which was a huge deal. And then we watched where that happened, and we watched the bond hearing, and Judge Newman denied him bail, which was huge because there wasn't even a criminal charge yet, and he was denied. Think about that. We know that people that are charged with criminal charges for all kinds of stuff, oftentimes are granted bail. Whether they can afford it or not is one thing, but it's the fact that the judge grants it means that they could do, they're saying that they should be allowed out, right, for a time. So the fact that Alex was detained in October, right after the side of the road, right? So it was October. Remember when they got him in Florida from rehab and never left. He was kept in custody without bond. He was denied bond, and he didn't even have criminal charges yet. That is such a big deal. And that really shows Judge Newman taking the financial stuff seriously, and also trusting that there were criminal charges that were going to be coming in the near future. I agree. And Candace, the thing is, this is what we're going to get to. I think what it comes down to, and we're going to see this in the documents, it's clear that Alex wasn't just telling Maggie and Paul what to do or say, but it's going to become clear that he was also doing this with the insurance adjuster, because nothing that happened in this case, even from the insurance aspect of it, is how it would normally go. And that's why, like I said, remember how I said it's weird that they didn't ask these obvious questions. There's just information missing. The fact that they didn't interview the doctors or the EMS, it's like there were things that they knew they didn't want to know, or were told they didn't want to know, or intentionally left out on purpose, but they were told to do that from Alex. So we'll see that. It's in the court documents, basically. So, yeah. Because nothing about it was conducted as how it would normally, because normally, again, even though they're not trying to solve a crime per se, typically with an insurance investigation for something that's going to be a multi-million-dollar lawsuit, the incentive to not have to pay that would cause people to do more investigating, right? Even though it's a selfish reason, it's just because they don't want to have to pay it out. In this case, who cares? Because they're supposed to because they're going to want details, right? And they're going to go through, and we've seen this before in other cases. We know that's what happens, is they'll stop at nothing to get these details to try to avoid having to pay out. So yeah, Candace. All right. So it was crazy. He was, held without bond. All right. Defendant Murdaugh. So this is from Murdaugh. Defendant Murdaugh's emergency motion for a gag order and sanctions. This is where EDB would say that lawsuits are allegations in shade, or what did she say? Court filings are allegations in shade. She would say that's what this is. This is shade. This is him trying to put some shade on Eric Bland because, like, he is fucking hilarious. So where are we in time, right? So Alex was then, that bond hearing was on October 19th, 2021. He was denied bond. So this document is from November 22nd. So about a month after. So we have to imagine he's been in custody. So one would only imagine that during that time, in that interim time, during that time of a month, Eric Bland must have been saying something that Alex didn't like. So then he filed this. By the way, here's South Carolina rule of civil procedure. Remember, if it has the M and it's scrump, then it's criminal procedure. If it's just the scrump without an M, it's civil. All right, defendant Richard Alexander, Alex Murdaugh, through undersigned counsel pursuant to Rule 3.6 of the stuff, blah, 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 hereby moves for a gag order to attorney Eric Bland, counsel for plaintiffs, prohibiting Mr. Bland from making any further statements to the media concerning the defendant or his lawyers. That's fucking hilarious. Poot and Jim are like, you can't talk about us either. While this action remains pending, that do not fall within the exceptions as allowed by the rule, which it looks like we're going to have a footnote for the rule. Let's go to that and see what the rule says. So the rule, oh, it's not a rule. It's not literal. I thought it was going to literally be the rule. It's not. Mr. Murdaugh, it looks like it's going to be an excuse for something. Let's see. Interesting. This is an oddity. Mr. Murdaugh does not move for a gag order regarding plaintiff's other counsel of record in this matter, nor does he seek a gag order for his counsel. Really? Imagine that. That's insane that this is in here. Of course he doesn't. Or counsel representing his co-defendants. Unlike Mr. Bland, see, this entire thing is about trying to talk. It's just shade on Eric Bland. This is insane. Unlike Mr. Bland, these lawyers, he's like punished him and no one else. Unlike Mr. Bland, these lawyers have not repeatedly made prejudicial statements to news media about this proceeding. Oh, and look, there's a typo. He said this twice. Brilliant. Mr. Murdaugh does not, however, object to a gag order that applies equally to his lawyers and lawyers for other parties. So he's saying, I'm not seeking one, but I don't object to it. But he's like, only Eric Bland deserves punishment. Okay, so that was that footnote. Defendant also moves for sanctions, including an award of costs and reasonable attorney's fees incurred in this motion, and referral of Mr. Bland's conduct to the Office of Disciplinary Account. There's none of this is going to happen. This is just shade to Eric Bland. None of this is going to happen. This is so silly. Undersigned counsel certifies that consultation prior to filing this motion would serve no useful purpose. What? You can't. That's not up to them to say. That's funny. They're trying to say that, like, meeting to have a discussion before this motion or something like that. Like, they couldn't just talk it out. It's like, nope, I'm filing this motion. This motion that it serves no purpose. This is what they would call frivolous. Technically, and I don't know if this happened, technically, Bland, Richter, or I guess Richter is not being named, just Eric Bland. Eric Bland could actually answer to this, requesting sanctions, requesting the same type of punishment, right, on Alec, because this is what would really fall. I mean, if they wanted to make it this way, they could. It wouldn't, I would say it wouldn't on its own be determined this way, but it could have happened probably if Bland wanted it to. This would be what I would say is bordering on frivolous. And frivolous lawsuits are actually a cause of action. I think they actually count as being illegal. I can look that up there, but I know for a fact it's enough to get you in big trouble. Like, it's enough to get you because you have to be an attorney, right, to file a frivolous lawsuit. So it's enough to get you in trouble with the bar for sure. Like it's not allowed. It's actually, it is a rule in the rule of professional conduct that you cannot do, but I'm not sure if it's also, yes, that is absolutely, yes, correct. Thank you. Yeah. That's why I thought this is why I think this is so interesting, because you're right. It reminds me in a way of like Charlie Adelson or something, like how Charlie Adelson like whined on the phone. Alex whines this way. This is him whining on the phone. Literally. I mean, this is just whining. That's all it is. It's so funny. So like again, technically this could get him in trouble even. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. They are illegal. So there you go. He could be getting himself into bigger trouble, and he's risking it so he can whine about Eric Bland. Okay, background. Alex's boy, isn't that so funny? He was still a lawyer technically. He not for long though. Not for long after this. So he was already fired, but he wasn't disbarred. That's so funny. That's the other reason I think he wanted to have a chance to fucking make a legal filing where he could still call himself a lawyer. This might be the last time he does that. We will see. I think it's got to be the last one because I don't think it's right after this. I'm pretty sure he's disbarred. He wanted to get one final fucking thing in and be able to say he's a lawyer. Wow, what a fuckhead. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Let me look it up. This is so silly, right? You can just see the pettiness of it. Let me see. So he was officially disbarred on July 12th, 2022. I thought it was sooner than that, but wait, is that right? July 12th, 2022. I really thought it was sooner than that. Is that correct? No, he was suspended before that, though. Hold on. Let me see if I haven't reached a paywall on the Greenville News thing yet. So on July 12th, the Supreme Court officially disbarred him. You know what? I remember seeing filings on this. He tried to fight this. I remember seeing filings on this. He tried to fight this, so he made it drawn out. That's why they first put notice out to him, and then he tried to fight it, and that's why it went to the Supreme Court, which is hilarious. And then that's why it took longer. And then that's why the Supreme Court made that ruling on July 12th. I think normally this wouldn't be happening. This is like he really fought it, which is crazy, right? Like, how do you think you're going to fight that? Good luck. But let's see if it says. Yeah, he was suspended. Okay, he was sorry. So this is what I meant. He was suspended from. Okay, the South Carolina Supreme Court suspended the Hampton attorney from legal practice on September 8th, 2021. So after the side of the road, they suspended him. But what I'm wondering is if it's like a 30-day suspension or something like that. Because if he's suspended, he shouldn't be able to call himself a lawyer. I don't think. The Supreme Court stated its disbarment decision was based on obvious reasons. I'm not going to go through all that. I'm just looking for more dates here. Interesting. Maybe because he had already filed, maybe because he was appealing that decision. It's interesting that it's just interesting he's able to call himself a lawyer because really it is actually kind of, that's pushing it. Because technically he was, essentially it's kind of like being a criminal, right? And getting convicted and then on appeal. That's like him right now with being a lawyer with the bar. That's what's happening here. So it would be like being convicted of a crime and you're like in custody and you're calling yourself still not guilty because your case is on appeal. That's, I think, what's going on here. But you would be wrong to do that, and so is he. Because he was suspended from practicing law. It was September 8th. So anyway, okay. Wow, what an ego. All right, formerly a partner at the law firm, he's also, oh boy, he wants to go straight to the drugs. This is so funny. He's also a recovering opioid addict. Following the murder of his wife and son, blah, blah, his use spiraled out of control. Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. Do you guys see this? Following the murder of his wife and son, his opioid use spiraled out of control. That's not what they said in the trial. That's not what they said. What? You guys are so funny. I know, what a dingbat. I don't know if you guys are talking about Trump or Alex, but honestly, anything that you're saying would apply to both. So yeah. Yeah. Anything that you're saying would apply to both. Whoever you're referring to, for sure. So you guys, this is insane. They're saying this is why I love this shit. Because this is the only time I've heard this. And if it wasn't for reading this gag order, this frivolous freaking gag order, we wouldn't get this gem of some other type of insanity. That they're saying his opioid use spiraled out of control after the murder of his wife and son. What the fuck? I know. Oh, I know. He would have to, you know what? He would have to buy himself some time to get a calculator and do the math. And he would have to correctly remember what math he used initially in the trial if anyone was going to double check him, which I fucking would. Oh boy. Also during that time, PMPD, he's painting himself out as a victim. You guys, holy shit. Okay, here, the victim, Alex. His wife and son have been murdered. Oh my God. We're going to go through it from his point of view. He's the victim, you guys. Oh, his wife and son have been murdered. So because of that, oh my God, what did it do? Because of that, his opioid use spiraled out of control. He's already hurting. He's when he's hurting and he's down. And then to add insult to injury, PMPD begins to investigate him for missing fees. They confronted him. He admitted to the misconduct and he resigns. And then on top of all of that, he's shot in the head. I can't, guys, I can't. This is what he is trying to portray. This is insane. You guys, you can see, this is the thing that's so interesting about these legal filings is you can see the tone. You can see it. Because they can really, there's rules about text and font and margins and stuff, but you can really construct these however, because y'all will see tone is very much communicated in these filings. For example, with Eric Bland, when he did all caps, bold, and underlined, right? So especially when you do something like this, where it's literally just because you're just trying to throw shade at Eric Bland and you're sitting in jail and blah, blah, blah. That's all this is for, right? The following day, Mr. Murdaugh was shot in the head by Curtis Eddie Smith, his opioid supplier, in a failed assisted suicide attempt. Mr. Murdaugh thereafter began inpatient drug rehabilitation. On September 15, 2021, he learned warrants had been issued in Hampton County for his arrest on charges of insurance fraud, conspiracy to commit insurance fraud, and making a false police report, all arising from his failed suicide attempt. Oh. The next day, Mr. Murdaugh voluntarily surrendered. He surrendered! He was granted a personal reconnaissance bond very briefly and allowed to continue his addiction treatment program in Orlando, Florida. Yeah, for like very briefly. Also on September 15th, 2021, this action was filed. Plaintiffs allege defendants conspired to steal proceeds. The audacity that they say allege, like they're trying to say it didn't happen. Okay, let me break this down. Plaintiffs, that's the Satterfield boys, allege. That means they're saying that defendants, Alex Murdaugh, conspired to steal proceeds from the settlements of claims arising from the death of Murdaugh's longtime housekeeper, Gloria Satterfield. Like, this is the really long sentence trying to distance him. This sentence the goal of this sentence is to make it seem like he's not even involved. Like, look at this. Mr. Murdaugh, okay, you guys, y'all, this is insane. Look how many times we see his name. This is the ego. Look how many times we see his name. It's actually redundant. I just scroll up a little bit. Here, 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 you guys, here, here. This is redundant. He doesn't need to use his name this much, honestly. If people were editing this, they would be like, don't use your name so much. Use something else. Here. Now, Here, it's only because they're saying something happened at his residence. But look who's conveniently missing from the defendant's portion of this. Plaintiffs allege defendants, as if it's just who we don't know, random people, conspired to steal proceeds from the settlement claims arising from the death of Mr. Murdaugh's longtime housekeeper, Gloria Satterfield. Cross claims against Mr. Murdaugh for equitable accounting, money had and received, conversion, and negligent misrepresentation. On October 14, 2021, Mr. Murdaugh was arrested on charges of obtaining property under false pretenses as he left. What? Interesting. Okay, he was arrested on charges of obtaining obtaining property under false pretenses as he left the rehabilitation center in Florida. The charges arise from law enforcement's investigation into plaintiff's allegations in this case. Okay, that Mr. Murdaugh misappropriated settlement funds. Although he was charged only with stealing money by false pretense, he was denied bail. Okay, so they say he was charged. That didn't actually come up in the hearing, although the audio quality was terrible, but it sounded... they didn't actually say he'd been charged. In fact, they said that charges were pending or something, or they were going to come. So I don't know. But this is still, however, this is a very small charge, obviously, period. But add to that to being denied bond. On November 10th, 2021, he petitioned the South Carolina Supreme Court for a writ of habeas corpus based on the violation of his constitutional right to bail. And there's this statute: all persons shall be before conviction bailable by sufficient sureties, but bail may be denied to persons charged with capital offenses or offenses punishable by life imprisonment or with violent offenses denied by the General Assembly. They're not citing all of the statutes because there's other statutes that would give the reasons why he was denied. Anyway, on October 22nd, 2021, plaintiffs moved for the appointment of co-receivers under South Carolina Code, blah, blah. That motion was simultaneously made in other civil actions against Mr. Murdaugh and was granted. So this, okay, yeah. November 4th, co-receivers, okay. Oh, this is in regards to the boat case, okay. Right, okay. John T. Lay and Peter McCoy have been appointed co-receivers in all assets held by Mr. Murdaugh and his surviving son. Sorry, held by Mr. Murdaugh and his surviving son, Mr. Murdaugh, have been placed. They're saying all Buster's assets are under their authority? I'm confused by the way the sentence is structured. Let me read it again. John T. Lay and Peter M. McCoy have been appointed co-receivers, and all assets held by Mr. Murdaugh and his surviving son, Buster Murdaugh, have been placed under the co-receiver's authority. Interesting. That's not fair to Buster, though. On November 11th, 2021, Plaintiffs' Counsel announced they had reached a settlement with all defendants except Mr. Murdaugh. Of course. On November 18th, 2021, Murdaugh was indicted by the state grand jury on 27 counts of financial crimes, including 9 related to this matter. What's really funny is as you go along, you're like, wait, hold on. This whole thing, like you're reading it and you're like, boy, this is getting worse and worse and worse. But this is the same person who starts out as, I'm requesting a gag order and sanctions, and I'm a lawyer still, and I was formerly a partner, and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, wait, huh? It sounds like delusion to me. Like, we went from, like, I'm a like, someone's talking shit to, like, I'm a victim, or, okay, hold on. Someone's talking shit. I'm a cool lawyer. I'm a victim to I'm a criminal real quick is what I'm saying. Or potential criminal, right? Legal standard. The court has authority to restrict extrajudicial statements of attorneys appearing before it. The blah, 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 blah prohibits a lawyer participating in litigation from making out-of-court statements that the lawyer knows. This is so relevant too, because of Koberger, right? So we're familiar with this. Making out-of-court statements that the lawyer knows or should know will prejudice the proceedings. So the rule provides a lawyer who is participating or has participated in the investigation or litigation of a matter shall not make extrajudicial statement that the lawyer knows or reasonably should know will be disseminated by means of public communication. This just takes on such a whole other meaning with what we've been doing with Cover, and will have a substantial likelihood of materially prejudicing an adjudicative proceeding in the matter. Exceptions are made for identifying claims and defendants in a case, disclosing information already in the public record. You know what that would refer? That would also apply to Mr. Santa doing his press conference, just saying. Stating that an investigation is in progress, stating the schedule or result of steps in the litigation, request for assistance in gathering evidence, and warning of imminent danger from a person involved in the litigation. So those are all exceptions. Then here's they're citing an identical rule, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Who cares about the differences in states? They're basically the same. The United States Supreme Court has held a rule limiting attorney judicial statements, like Rule 3.6, does not violate the First Amendment if it applies only to speech that is substantially likely to have a materially prejudicial effect. It is neutral as to points of view, applies equally to all attorneys participating in a pending case, and it merely postpones the attorney's comments until after the trial. Oh, so they have to explain. How interesting. Isn't that so funny? So this rule from the Bar Association that applies to all attorneys, at some point, the Supreme Court had to get involved and figure out if that was an infringement on free speech or not. As in if it violated the First Amendment. And this is how they decided that it does not violate the first. You know how that happens sometimes where it's like, is the government breaking its own rules? It's like kind of like that. Although the Bar Association is not a government entity, but you know, it's similar concept. Yeah, I think you're right, Candace. I think Alec did move assets. Yeah, that's some kind of privilege if you pay someone else to commit your suicide. I know, right? I know. It's really silly. Oh, good night, Stuart Planner Girl. Sorry, I didn't see that before. Good night. Thank you for being here. Love you. Argument. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I'm going to have some water before we get into this. Mr. Bland has made and continues to make, and it's in bold. It's in bold. It's in bold. Mr. Bland has made and continues to make numerous statements to news media in violation of the rules of professional conduct. He's citing some case law here. A trial judge has an affirmative constitutional duty to minimize the effects of prejudicial pretrial publicity. In this case, a gag order is necessary because Mr. Bland has made and continues to make numerous statements in violation, blah, blah, blah. Mr. Bland provides the news media, I love news media, it's just such a funny term, with a constant stream of ad hominem attacks. I don't even know what that means, but it sounds hilarious. I've never seen that. I don't know. Is that, dude, does that even look that up so I can keep reading the sentence? Attacks on Mr. Murdaugh, an opposing party, and his counsel whenever there's a new court filing or case development for the deliberate purpose of prejudicing the adjudicative process. This is what they do. It's like he's like, nah, I don't want you to talk shit or my feelings are hurt or whatever. So then it's like, oh, well, you're an attorney, so therefore I can then be like, well, you're not supposed to be talking about it. You see what I mean? It's like they could be having their own bickering, and then if they get real mad about it, they could just be like, oh, you're breaking this because you're an attorney and we have a case, and therefore you're not allowed to make prejudicial statements. I mean, you see what I mean? It's like anything is, it's just however you want to call it, right? Oh boy. A small sampling of Mr. Bland's statement is given below. Oh boy. Y'all. This is so exciting. He's labeled it. Alex has labeled this. Mr. Bland advocating in news media for criminal charges against defendant. Well, of course he is. And this is a quote. And this is Alex quoting what Eric Bland said. The longer Alex Murdaugh gets to sit in a treatment facility and tries to get himself better, he could possibly still commit more crimes by getting rid of some of the money. Great point, Eric Bland. Or figuring out a way that it can't be traced or found. That is a great fucking point. And you know what? I bet that's why Judge Newman denied bond, because his attorneys were trying to get him to go back to the treatment place. And I was joking about that. When we watched the bond hearing, I was like, you know what? I didn't even think of this. I was joking that he wanted to go back there because it was luxury. Poolside, private chef, housekeeper, right? Whatever. Like that he wanted to try to stay there instead of be held in custody because it's nice, obviously, right? But I didn't even think of this, but that's a great point, right? Like, that would buy him time to hide the money. Fucking hell. Alex needs to, the quote continues from Eric Bland. Alex needs to eat from the same trough of justice that every other citizen in our state eats from, Bland said. It's patently obvious exactly what happened through the documents that are now in this public domain, that he stole the $3.6 million from my clients. More importantly, his own law firm in a public pleading has said that he did it to other clients through the exact same method. If Alex was arrested for this, it would send a strong message to all those that he may be working with, Bland said. It would show that our state is serious and that we're going to hold these people accountable. But it's starting to look like a joke. We have our feet on people's throats who are responsible, and we will not let up, Bland said. And then it cites where this is from. It's from Mandy Matney, Murdaugh Murders. Why hasn't Alex Murdaugh been arrested in the Satterfield scandal? From Fitz News, October 7th, 2021. All right, second example of a statement. Right, so he has to give example of these statements in order to he's trying to say that this whole thing, again, is silly, but his thing here is like he's saying he wants a gag order, right? So he has to give these. This is why I love this shit, right? Because how exciting is it when they have to give the examples and then you get all this stuff in the document. All right, second one. Mr. Bland telling the jury pool that the defendant has committed many crimes. He has. I absolutely believe that before this federal, sorry, I don't know why I'm saying this isn't Alex, this is Eric Bland's quote. So I absolutely believe that before this is over, that the federal government will bring charges, Bland said. But I do believe he's going to get charged with a whole host of mail fraud, wire fraud, bank fraud, money laundering, conspiracy to commit fraud, and failure to file income taxes. I don't think he's going to be the only one. I don't believe that they're not looking at others and potentially people at the bank and his law firm and everywhere else. I think everything is on the table. I think Alex is going to squeal like a stuck pig. That is great. I think that's the only currency. You guys. Let me read that one again. I think Alex is going to squeal like a stuck pig. I think that's the only currency he has left. What he means is, of course, squeal as in talk about who else was helping him or who else is involved. And that's from Mandy Matney. There's no bottom to him unpacking Alex Murdaugh's latest charges. And that's again, Fitz News, October 15th, 2021. Y'all know I've long ago reached the paywall on Fitz News, so I can't pull those up. But you know what? Who cares? Because look, Alex is quoting it for me. So thank you. Third statement. Mr. Bland implicitly accusing defendant of murdering. Ooh, here we go. That's interesting. Of murdering Gloria Satterfield. What do you guys think of that? I didn't know that this happened, that Mr. Eric Bland said this. They, as in Miss Satterfield's sons, again, this is a quote, I guess, of Eric Bland, want to believe that their mother died accidentally, Bland said, but then it's a stark reality that this is a really bad person. Alex Murdaugh is a really, really, really bad person. That's the bottom line. That's the tough pill to swallow. There's no bottom to him. I'm going to read that one again, just because I feel like we all deserve it. This is again Eric Bland saying on Fitz News, October 15th, 2021. They, as in Mr. Satterfield's sons, want to believe that their mother died accidentally, Bland said, but then it's a stark reality that this is a really bad person. Alex Murdaugh is a really, really, really bad person. That's the bottom line. That's the tough pill to swallow. There's no bottom to him. Wow. Yeah, I agree. That's a statement right there. Fuck. It's interesting, right? So in other words, it sounds like Eric Bland, at least, maybe the Satterfield boys, but at least Eric Bland is suspicious about why she died. I mean, obviously, the thing that stands out to me here is this is not just suspicious because it's like, oh, he stole the money, but as in, did he kill her? Like, that's what this sounds like, right? Like, that he killed her on purpose. So that's a completely different, set of things. Like, that's, like, it's one thing, like, so what I'm saying, I guess, is like, it's like what DSN was pointing out that maybe, okay, like, oh, maybe he's so bad enough as to, like, lie about the dog so that they could do the whole thing with the insurance. But that's not what this is that it wasn't an accident and that he, I guess, pushed her, right? Or killed her in some way. That's what this is definitely. I mean, and what's funny is that's what Alex says. Like it is implied. I will agree. It is implied, but he doesn't say killed, but it is implied. But what's funny is that that's how Alex interprets it, right? Fucking hell. I remember there were things like this in the trial where he was on the stand and he would be asked something that was like benign, but the way he would interpret it and answer it was telling. This is like, seems like one of those things to me. And I didn't know any of this until, I mean, I'm not reading all these ahead of time. I'm reading them with you guys. So I didn't, like, this is new to me, but wow. You know, it's like that saying, if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail or whatever kind of thing. Like, I'm trying to think of an example from the trial, but my brain isn't able to come up with one right now. But there's so many, and I know we talked about them at the time, thankfully. So maybe you guys remember. But like where just the way he would answer a question was telling because it was just. It was like you were basing it on having this other information. I mean, it's so just like this, like. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to think what a normal person who, let's take Murdaugh out of it. If they read this statement from Eric Bland, would they automatically assume murder? Like, would they think that's what's implied? Would they think that's what's implied? Or would they think that that's not that might be not what's implied? Let me think. So accidentally, I mean, I guess it does kind of imply murder. I still find it interesting though, that he would even put that in a document. You know what I mean? Like that is, if you really were innocent, hold on, back up. This would be defamation. Let me back up. This would be defamation if you could prove that this was an intentional lie. Let me back up. That's fucking important. That's important. Let's remind ourselves that this is an attorney. We're talking about Alex. That's fucking interesting to think about because so this was published in Fitz News. That means technically it's a published statement. If this statement is a lie, or that it is intended, it's a statement that is false, that is intended to hurt someone's reputation, that is then disseminated like in a news article, and that could be proven, Alex could have sued him for defamation. Like let me try to make this make more sense. If Alex knew that he could have proved that there was no merit to this and that Eric Bland was just saying shit and like lying about him to ruin Alex's reputation or whatever, and that this was a false statement and that any implication was false or provably false, he could have sued him for defamation and he would have won. I mean, I would think that's what would have happened. And so it is interesting that Alex didn't do any of that. Instead, he's seeking a gag order through court. All right, let's keep going. Next one. Mr. Bland cheering the appointment of cheering. This is so funny. Mr. Bland cheering the appointment of co-receivers for defendants' assets. This is the quote again. This is essentially going to lock Alex to the point he won't even be able to buy a cup of coffee. That's fucking hilarious. The receiver will unwind every single transaction that Alex has done since 2015. When you open the account, we'll go back to people who have money from the settlement, and they will have to disgorge that money, Bland said. Dick Arpullian and Jim Gifford should look long and hard at whether they want to start spending the attorney fees they are getting from the Murdaughs. Ooh, that's funny. Again, Manny Matney, and then this is another Fitz News article. Next one, Mr. Bland attacking a confession of judgment by a defendant in another case. So here's the statement. Alex and his family continue to confirm that they have and always will game the system, Bland said. They don't think decency and the rules apply to them. This is awesome. I love this. I love this so much. I want to read that one again. Oh, wow. What? As this says, Alex Murdaugh confesses judgment soon after brother sued him for $90,000. I didn't know about that. Did that happen? How have I not seen that? Oh, my God. All right. One thing at a time. Alex and his family continue to confirm that they have and always game the system, Bland said. They don't think decency and the rules apply to them. From this other Fitz News article. Now I want to know about this. Okay, next one. Mr. Bland attacking the defendant when commenting on the appointment of co-receivers. Here's the next quote from Eric Bland. This is a clear message that the justice system has had enough of Alex Murdaugh, Bland said following the ruling. Enough of the games, enough of the lawyer machinations that he wants to employ. And this is from another Fitz News. Next one. Mr. Bland vilifying defendant when vilifying. The nerve that you even have. How do you have the nerve? What? Vilifying? What? I'm sorry. Radiohead, you do it to yourself. That's what's happening in my brain right now. Here, you do it to yourself. All right. Anyway, what's he saying? Mr. Bland vilifying the defendant when commenting on the denial of bond for the defendant in the related criminal matter. Here's the quote. Since the original bond hearing, Alex Murdaugh has taken financial actions which clearly show he has no respect for the judicial process. Legitimate creditors and victims of his criminal activities, and that the ordinary rules do not apply to him, Bland said. These financial transactions and how they were manipulated by Alex Murdaugh and those close to him show, in addition, that he is a flight risk. I think that one's, that's pretty mild compared to some of the others. All right, next one. Mr. Bland disparaging defendant's habeas. Sorry. He should be disparaging it. That's why I laughed. Disparaging defendant's habeas petition to the South Carolina Supreme Court. It's a desperate act by Eric Bland. I already loved him, but he's quickly becoming my favorite human just from reading these. Shout out to Eric Bland. Hold on. I need to fix something. I'm gonna right a wrong. I'm saying that as in those are verbs. I'm gonna right a wrong right now by making this happen. Because I should have been doing this the whole time, but I did not think of it until now. For that, I'm sorry, Eric Bland. You deserve your own thing. There we go. I feel better now. This is my favorite. It's all my favorite, but this is incredible. It's just so simple. The one sentence that it says so much, less is more. It's a desperate act by a desperate man. This is my favorite. You guys, I feel like if I'm a really happy person. So I don't know, but if I ever needed something to laugh at or cheer me up, this is going to be a go-to document for me. I'm smiling from ear to ear right now. This is I'm in my mind, I'm this is my happy place. I love it so much. But it's even best right now. It's especially great because I haven't read it yet, so this is all new to me. Judge Newman we're continuing here in case anyone's just listening for Eric Bland. Another Eric Bland quote. Judge Newman is the one who's hearing all the information about other investigations that aren't just Satterfield related, Bland said. And he has his finger on the pulse and is privy to a lot of things that are having to do with the grand jury or whether they're issuing search warrants or different subpoenas. He's made the calculated decision, after analyzing it and giving it a lot of thought, that he still represents a danger to the community and to himself. So this is me talking now. He's referring to the reasons why Judge Newman denied bond, because that's what happened. Now back to Eric Bland. So just because they submitted an evaluation from a psychiatrist who says he's an opioid addict, that's why they sought that. I was wondering why they got that done. That's hilarious, the evaluation. They wanted a doctor to say he's actually an opioid. And let me just speak on that real quick. However this was done, it would have been a series of questions that ask you to reflect on your own behavior. So again, just like how Alex got there in the first place, right? It's a self-assessment. You can say whatever you want. If they have a psychiatrist and especially again, remember, it works out so well for him, right? Because in rehab, you just have to prove that you aren't using drugs. It's just too convenient, right? Yep, your urine's clean. You're good. Fucking hell. Anyway, that's what that was about. I didn't even think about that. I kept wondering why they were doing this psychological evaluation. And I thought maybe it's because he said there was a staged suicide, but it's because they wanted someone to verify. Again, this is hilarious. Dude, the lengths they went to, man. This is incredible. I'm overjoyed learning this because not only, we already were like, yeah, he went to rehab to prove try to prove he had addiction. They took it a step further by saying through the whole bond process to get bond, they're like, because I heard them talk about it and I'm like, what is all this about? Now it makes sense, man. They were talking about right at the end, even at the hearing, Poot keeps bringing up this freaking psychological evaluation and Judge Newman seems to be like acting like, why are you so concerned with this? And I was like, I don't know what that's about, and it was really hard to hear because of the audio quality, but I was like, that seems weird because Judge Newman is just seeming like he didn't expect this or whatever. Now it makes sense because they were trying to just have an excuse for someone to be like, yeah, he's an opioid addict. That is hilarious. Wow. And that he was on his way to recovery and that doesn't mean he gets bond. I'm just flabbergasted right now. Just when you think you know it all, right? It's crazy what doesn't come out somehow. Like, already, I feel like we've learned so much information from this one document. We have so many to go. All right. Mr. Bland attacking defendant in news media after settling with his co-defendants in this case. So this is the 9th one. Bland stated that after Murdaugh allegedly stole the Satterfield heirs' settlement, one of the Satterfield sons was struggling financially and lost his family home to repossession. Right. We know that. And then here's the quote. Alex knew this and let it happen, and it was absolutely despicable. Bland said, this caused Brian, the vulnerable adult, to be pushed out onto the street. That fact alone keeps my oven hot every day, as it should. Again, I will say it again. If any of this was false, Alex, of all people, being an attorney, and especially in the civil realm, would know he could be suing for defamation. Remember, he's complaining about all this stuff, yet there's no lawsuit for defamation that I know of. I'll double check, but I think we would have heard about that. But he would have known the reason. My point is the reason he's not is because he's knowing that it wouldn't go anywhere. It would just cost him more money because he, again, cannot prove that any of this is false because it's all true. The best he can do is try to get a gag order. Oh my God. This is just really great. The gig is up on Alex Murdaugh. Sorry, I'm continuing. This is another quote. The gig is up on Alex Murdaugh. Whatever power he had before and relationships he had before are toast. It just gets better and better. This is like Christmas. Oh, this one's actually from Michael DeWitt. That's so funny because when I was just looking up, what was I looking up? I was looking up the thing about when he got disbarred. I was reading from Michael DeWitt on Greenville News. And remember, I was like, I have not reached my paywall here yet, apparently, which I thought I had. And it was from this exact same news source. All right. And that reminds me, I needed to look up that Alex thing he said, ad hominem, because I've not seen that. And I don't want to forget to look that up. So, it's a fallacy. The irony. It's a fallacy. It says the fallacy occurs when instead of addressing someone's argument or position, you irrelevantly attack the person. We see this all the time. In fact, we were just talking about this yesterday. Was it yesterday? With DSN, when we were talking about people with the Karen Reed trial, and it was Wifey who so astutely said that they're just attacking you because they can't make any good argument. That's literally what this is. Now we have a word for it, guys. The things we learned, we would never have learned this had I not been like, what is Alex talking about? And of course, there's so much irony in the fact that Alex said it, right? It's just like, anyway, but that is really interesting. So now we know it's a philosophical idea. Ad hominem, I'll read it again. This fallacy, it's a logical fallacy. You guys, this is amazing to know because now you can use this as like explanations for all kinds of people's stupid behavior. This fallacy, it's a fallacy. They're not just bullies, they're stupid. I don't mean stupid. I mean, What's the right word? Stupid is not the right word. It's worse than that in a way, but doesn't sound as mean. But they lack critical thinking skills is what I mean, because because literally what they're saying is this is a logical fallacy. I like this. This is good to know. It occurs when instead of addressing someone's argument or position, you irrelevantly attack the person or some aspect of the person who's making the argument. This is the thing that I think I hate more than anything in the entire world. Actually, and I think I even said that yesterday when we were talking about this with DSN. So yeah. Oh, dude, I'm so glad you like this. You know what I'm saying. You're having fun and you're laughing. Yeah. Glad. That's awesome. Yeah. So now you guys know when you see this, I'm so happy to know that, because we will see it, right? We see it and it's awful. And now we know that when people do that, it shows it's a flaw in their critical thinking. I mean, I always knew that, but I love that there's an actual definition to it. Like it's a real thing. All right. What are we going to have next? Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Next one. So Mr. Bland uses news media to argue against, Mr. Bland using news media to argue against a motion filed, in this case by the defendant. Eric Bland, an attorney who with Ronnie Richter represents the Satterfield heirs, said Wednesday he was astonished that Murdaugh now claims settlements by other parties in the case let him off the hook. And then here's a quote. "You mean Alex Murdaugh gets to keep stolen money because the heirs were so dogged in making other people pay?" Bland added, this motion says, yes, my guy may have stolen the money, but I'm declaring. Okay, so I know this seems weird. It's Bland trying to speak from Alex's or his attorney's perspective, because it's Bland commenting on the motion filed by Alex's attorneys. So Bland added, quote, "This motion says, yes, my guy may have stolen the money, but I'm declaring the Satterfields are paid in full because somebody else paid the obligation, and therefore my guy, Murdaugh, gets to keep the stolen funds." Think about how tone deaf and arrogant that is. And that is accurate. That's literally what they end up claiming and trying to do. It's insane. And that's from the Island Packet. Shout out to the Island Packet. Eric Bland, who serves as co-counsel for the Satterfield estate, called the move repugnant. Bland said that the Murdaugh's argument that he could keep the money he stole because other parties, right? This is what we're going to get into with this insurance thing coming up. Okay. Bland said that Murdaugh's argument that he can keep the money he stole because other parties paid the Satterfield family back is beyond offensive. So that's what this we're learning now. We're getting a preview of what the heart of this issue is. Not the issue, the law, all the lawsuits that are coming, all the stuff that's happening that we're going to go through, because that's what ends up happening. You guys understanding what I mean here? Probably not. So let me, because I'm not explaining it well. Like, in other words, wrap your head around it. Like, Alex ends up, what is being stated here and what ends up happening is Alex is arguing from freaking prison. And at this point, when this is being said, again, this is still 2021. This is before he's even been charged with murder, but it continues after he's even been convicted of the murder, by the way. He's trying to say that because the Satterfields were made whole by other parties, such as PMPED paying from their own pockets, for example, or other insurance companies, because he had more than one insurance agency, other people have tried or maybe donated, whatever the case may be, that because they were paid back, Alex tries to say, and tries to, through legal filings, right, to say that he gets to keep the money he stole because they were paid back by other people. And then I think what Eric Bland is saying is that this is low even for Alex, because he continues to say, quote, "I never expected it. Just because you can make an argument doesn't mean you should make it. It's an act of a desperate man to say, well, I stole the money and the Satterfields did such a great job in forcing other people to pay that I shouldn't have to pay. I just get to go home and keep the money I stole." Yeah, it's just I'm going to throw up, literally. And I even knew that this is what was going to be happening. It's just, that's from this news channel here that I don't know of. Okay. Number 11, Mr. Bland's lengthy diatribe. Yay, now I get to laugh. It's hard because it's like you think about this stuff that Alex is saying here and it's just, it makes you sick. But then luckily you get to laugh again because look at what Alex is saying. This is Alex's characterization, okay? Mr. Bland's lengthy diatribe regarding defendant and his counsel in a nationally distributed podcast interview. Oh, I wonder which podcast. We'll find out. And then here's the quote: Lady Justice has been busy in the past month for him. Since 2015, he's been practicing stealing and not practicing law. Wait, let me read that again. Since 2015, he's been practicing stealing and not practicing law. And you got to work to do that. That takes some thought. That takes some work. And you can't be a lawyer and a thief like that and do it both so well. And he chose to do thievery well. I can't. I'm dying. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is the best thing. This is the best thing ever. I love this. Dude, Eric Bland, my hero. My literal hero, dude. He gave such a black eye to the state. I think it's a combination of his, his prosecutorial background. It's a little bit of payback, probably against, in a way, his law firm and how they have created this, what's this called, judicial hellhole there. Whether that's payback or I think it's just the state saying, we don't want the lawyer stealing like this, and certainly not a prosecutor who comes from a long line of prosecutors. We're going to establish law and order the way it should be, and it's happening. I mean, it is, like we said in our statement this morning, when the dam of justice breaks, it starts to come out like a mighty river. I can tell you that the charges are not the end. There are so many more victims that I've seen, and I've seen the checks. There are so many more victims there, and there are more charges coming. And it's a strong statement that should really cause Poot and Griffin to really stop, because the state is not going to because the state is not expending all of these resources and all this time to turn it over to the feds at the end of all this, which is true, because they pursued all the charges, even though it was also federal. The state of South Carolina is making a statement here. Yep. Listen, like I said to you a couple weeks ago, there's no bottom to him. He's, morally. Oh, I wonder if this is to Manny Matty. He's morally decrepit. Oh my God. He's morally decrepit. This is just, dude. He's morally decrepit. What a term. I love it. And it proves it again today. He stole money from a policeman. He's a solicitor stealing money from a client. And if that's not bad enough, let's just go a little deeper and steal from a policeman who does not make a lot of money to begin with. He's gonna, everybody talks about Larry Gene Bell and and all these other Pee Wee Gaskins, and they're killers, and there's no question about it. And there is a difference right now, but the right now is interesting. I think what he's saying is he's not been convicted of murder yet. That's what I think he means there. There's no question about it. There is a difference right now, but he is as morally bankrupt as they are. This is amazing. As you can tell, I'm a little bit upset here, pissed. Not surprising, not surprising. I told you he was going to do it, which means file a motion to dismiss in this case. But I didn't expect the first argument would be that I get to keep the money because I'm declaring that the Satterfields have been fully paid. I didn't think anybody had the set of balls to actually pull that in a pleading. Yes, if I took the money, I just keep it because somebody else repaid it for me. I am just dumbstruck right now. This is, I hope you guys see that I wasn't joking or exaggerating when I was like, this is amazing. There's nothing like reading these legal documents. Like, this is so exciting and like so good. Holy shit. I love it so much. I love it so much. To continue reading the quote, it's just another action that you're left scratching your head and saying, is there a master strategy here? Or are they, referring to Murdaugh counsel, just winging it? The failed, the habeas corpus before the Supreme Court, or going into the magistrate court, and the deal was already cut for bail and all this stuff. And you're wondering, is he, referring to Mr. Harpootlian, that much smarter than everybody else? And he sees this battlefield differently? Or is it really they're just winging it? I could see him laughing, saying, hey, this is great. I'm going to make a motion that says plaintiff doesn't have any damages because they're fully paid. What he didn't really think about is what I'm really saying is my thief gets to keep the money. So what he's saying here is this. He's trying to figure out what everyone else is trying to figure out. Are they just bored? Are they just fucking around? Is he like, this is in reference to Alex and his attorneys here, right? But we always wondered with Alex, like, what's the point of it? Like, is he just, or is there some master plan? That's the question, right? I have my own thoughts. Mike Tyson said everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. Quoting Mike Tyson. They got punched in the face last month when the bail got denied. Oh my God, they got punched in the face when Judge Hall granted the motion for a receivership. They got punched in the face when Judge Newman denied bond for the second time. They're getting punched in the face at every turn. It's not their fault. They didn't make up the facts. Now they chose to dive into this deep end. They didn't have to. They could just as easily have said, hey, we're representing Alex Murdaugh on a limited basis on this criminal charge dealing with the Labor Day shooting or even the Gloria Satterfield stuff. He's referring to the attorneys that Dick and Jim are choosing to represent him through all this nonsense. But they chose to deep dive into these civil cases. But they chose to dive into these civil cases. And now that they're in, it's going to be difficult for them to get out. I don't think there's a plan, by the way. I don't think there's this grand strategy that, and he's referring to Dick and Jim, that Dick sees this field at 30,000 feet and everybody else is down here at this 5,000 foot level. There are certainly cases that he does that he does. And there are certainly cases that I've seen that and he's pulled monkeys out of a hat and, really got an amazing result. But that just isn't what's going to happen here. It isn't going to happen because he can't do what he does best, which is leverage relationships and good deeds that he's done over the years and good work. You're not getting credit for that here. There's too much sunlight. You're not. Manny Matney is not going to let that happen. No judge is going to be the judge that signs off on that stuff that happens in the darkness of a judge's chamber. Wow. It's not going to happen. He's not going to be able to plead to just one count of obtaining money by false pretenses and one count of, money laundering and then get 3 years. Wow. It's not going to happen. Mandy, the outrage, forget regular people. The bar is not going to let it happen. Wow, this is good. We as lawyers are on trial right now, and I can't tell you how many defense lawyers used to hate me and still do because I sue lawyers. Oh, he's talking to Mandy Matney. I get phone calls and emails. Keep up the good work. Keep up the fight. They want to clean it up. They're not happy with what happens in Hampton County when their corporations and defense clients get sued. They're not happy with Alex Murdaugh stealing money. I'm not. No lawyer is. It's a pollution of our profession. Wow. But you did it. You uncovered the petition. You wrote the article. You were the spark that lit the fire. Again, he's talking to Mandy. Somebody saw your article and went to his sister Ginger and started asking questions. And then the family asked questions. And then they went to Mark Tinsley, and Mark Tinsley sent them to me. But Mandy Matney, you lit the spark. You took down Alex Murdaugh. It's a heavy thought that in your lifetime, you did something that will be transformative, that will be generational. That was the right thing to do. You changed the world because you're taking a guy off the street that was not just harming one person. He was harming a lot of different people. This is a serial criminal, a serial thief, a serial penslinger. I call him a penslinger. You could call him a gunslinger. I call him a serial penslinger. You do not know that when people don't get money and don't get treatment for their injuries and personal injury cases. But now, I was with them yesterday, and I will tell you this. Money has a way, obviously, of solving wounds. But they're smiling because they do realize that their sister has this, quote, housekeeper that everybody likes. I'm trying, there's a lot of typos in here. I'm trying to make heads and tails of what this is trying to say. They're smiling because they realize that they're what they're trying to say is the families are smiling because Gloria didn't die in vain. That's what she's saying, or he's saying rather. Mallory Beach didn't die in vain. They were responsible, their deaths, for bringing down Alex Murdaugh. How many more people would he have continued to victimize? He is loaded up to, over hundreds of years of time. This is even before you get to the end of the white collar crimes. There's other victims, Mandy. I have seen the checks that have come from the Murdaugh law firm to forge. Oh boy, fake forge. There's individual bank accounts that have not been publicly discussed. So we haven't got to the end of the white collar stuff. You haven't gotten to Cousin Eddie. You haven't gotten to the point of, okay, why is he receiving all these payments? What are they for? Are those crimes? Are there other laundering crimes going on there too? You haven't gotten to the Maggie and Paul killings. Oh, fuck. Look at this. You haven't gotten to the Maggie and Paul killings. Not that he had anything to do with it. Oh, he didn't think that at the time. Holy fucking shit. Wait, hold on. My brain is going to break in half. This is in November of 2021. Oh my God. November of 2021. Eric Bland, it looks like, genuinely did not think Alex killed them. I can only imagine if that's accurate and he didn't think that. You can see what he already thinks of Alex. And I don't know how he, imagine what it would have been like if you're Eric Bland and you're thinking all this stuff and you really, but you still think he didn't kill Maggie and Paul. Maybe Eric Bland at this point thinks Alex maybe would have killed Gloria Satterfield to be able to start this entire insurance thing. But maybe he still thinks that with all of this, Alex wouldn't kill Maggie and Paul. And then imagine when he finds out. Holy shit. Holy shit. Because that comes, like, this is a podcast. This is coming across as completely honest and candid. Like, this makes it seem like he really doesn't think that at the time. I wish I could ask him. Actually, I probably could. Next time he comes on STS, I bet I could try to make sure I say something, and I'm sure he would answer. Holy shit. Okay. Wow. So, wow. My brain. Okay, well, hold on. Let me just read this again. Are those crimes? Are there other laundering crimes going on here? You haven't gotten to the Maggie and Paul killings. So what he means is like, yeah, like we haven't even gotten to that yet. You haven't gotten to the Maggie and Paul killings. Not that they had anything to do with it, but somebody's going to have to determine and make a final statement on how they occurred. He didn't think they did it. He did it. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Oh my God. That's what that is. Wow. Holy shit. Not that they had anything to do with it, but somebody, because even this part, somebody's going to have to determine and make a final statement on how that occurred. Holy fucking shit. It's, oh my God. It's not, okay. It's just not going to sit out there that they got shot and killed and the crimes are going to go unsolved. He really didn't think he did it. Holy shit. You can tell. Because he's actually trying to convince himself it's not going to just be a cold case. Holy fucking shit. It's not just going to sit out there that they got shot and killed and the crimes are going to go unsolved. This is really serious stuff. And I believe after talking with Creighton Waters, that it's a lot of information this grand jury was processing, and that they're being given it to them. It's being given to them at increment meals instead of throwing at them all at once. Oh my God. What he's saying is he's saying Creighton told him about the grand jury process in a sense that they're giving them a little bit at a time, and not all at once, which is why they don't have an indictment for, in other words, this is why there's not been anyone charged with a murder yet, essentially. But what's so interesting is Eric really doesn't think it was Alex. You know, it's a lot to process when you process obtaining the money by false pretenses, of computer crime, of laundering money for this, for each separate victim. Oh, okay. Maybe he's actually talking about the financial crimes here with Creighton. That's right. Okay. Hold on. Let me back up so you guys aren't confused. He's not referring to the grand jury for the murder charges. He's referring to the grand jury bringing the financial crimes. So let me read it again now that we know. So, okay, going back to this, it's not just going to sit out there that they got shot and killed and that the crimes are going to go unsolved. This is really serious stuff. And then he's saying here, I believe talking with Creighton, there's a lot of information about the grand jury that they're still processing. He's referring to the financial crimes. Given that juxtaposition, I wonder if what Eric Bland is thinking here is that somebody killed Maggie and Paul because Alex owed them money. I bet that's what he thought. I bet that's what he thought. I bet that's what he fucking thought. Holy shit. Holy shit. Wow. That's what that sounds like. That's what that sounds like. Holy fucking shit. Wow. And that is from Mandy Matney's Murdaugh Murders podcast, which I've watched or listened to, but I don't remember all of that. But when I was listening to it, though, I was like binge listening to this episode. So it might be, dude, you know what the other thing is, though? Like I said before, it's really more impactful to see stuff in writing, and you really don't think about it until you read these documents. So it's entirely possible that I heard this maybe more than once, but reading it is very different. It just hits differently. And that's why they still do. That's why these documents matter. You know what I mean? Like, that's why you've got your oral argument, right? Like at a hearing, for example, but that's why these filings, this is really where all the story is. It's where all that, it's where it's at, you know? Wow. 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 Okay. I think I'm going to stop it here for right now because that's a lot to digest for me. For me personally, my brain is like, holy shit. I'm probably going to want to go over some of this again and read it again. Honestly, it's also just this is great. This is great stuff. Like, I like this. I like reading this. I love that the majority of this document is Alex just quoting Eric Bland. Like, this is fucking hilarious, man. Wow. So holy mackerel. Wow. So the next time what we will be doing, my brain is exploding. So hold on. Am I back on my computer? Okay. So let me do this. Okay. So let me pull up. Okay. Okay, turn off my screen sharing. So actually, well, I didn't mean to turn off the screen. Well, whatever. What we'll be doing next time is we'll be getting to this confession and judgment, I think, because I think we'll finish this one and then do the confession and judgment. And maybe we'll start on the actual Nautilus complaint. But what's important to note is like this first, all these legal documents that we're going through, even by the time we get to the Nautilus complaint, we're still talking before he's even indicted for murder, actually, is when the Nautilus complaint starts. Wow. What? Hold on. No, sorry. Yeah, no, that's correct. That's insane. He's indicted for murder July of 2022, and the Nautilus complaint is in May of 2022. That's insane. Anyway, but my point is, like, we're still not even close to the trial yet. It's so crazy. Like, all this was going on and we just didn't even know. But even after the trial, there's been stuff going on and we just no one's, covering it. It really does seem to, like, people, maybe they just don't cover it if there's not like a visual thing, like, for example, a hearing or a trial, you know what I mean? Like something to watch, because all you've got is these documents. But I think people just really underestimate the value of these documents. I mean, that's how I feel personally. Like, I guess I can understand how maybe certain places think you need something that can keep people's attention, like with images, right? Or whatever. For a mass audience, I don't know, whatever. People are missing out. That's what I think. I think I love trials. I love hearings, but I also love court documents. I think they're equally as exciting, and in some cases can be more exciting and more informative. In some cases, right? It just depends on what document, what hearing, what trial. But like, this is good stuff. I hope you guys are. I feel like we covered a lot of stuff today because we went through all this stuff with the fall and the statements. But I'm going to just reiterate too that the question that I had for y'all to keep in the back of your minds as we go forward is about what would happen to him if he got away with the murders of Maggie and Paul. But hopefully you guys feel like this is giving y'all insight into Alex and, like, this is just, it's so crazy how with the murder trial, even when you know everything about that, you're really just getting a fraction, Oh, that's awesome, Candace. Good. I love that. Did you see anything about Alex's brother suing him? I guess obviously he means Randy. Have you seen that? I have not seen that. I need to look for that. But it said that in one of the things. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I really think it's interesting. And, like, I'm reading all the Koberger documents. It's the same type of thing where it's like, if you just hear someone summarize it or whatever, it's completely different than going through it and reading it. You just learn so much more, and it's just so much more valuable. Okay, you haven't seen it either. Thank you, though, for letting me know. So I'll look and see. So yeah, I just, I appreciate everybody who's here and going through this, and hopefully y'all are enjoying it and learning stuff. There were like the number of like bombshell moments for me. My brain, the biggest one I think is just that realizing that Eric didn't think Alex killed Maggie and Paul, at least here in November of 2022. And then just realizing, even with how he's currently thinking of Alex and the way he describes him, we've still got more statements to go. But yet he still thinks he wouldn't have killed Maggie and Paul. Holy fucking shit. Wow, that's going to take some time to sink in. But then there was the other ones too. The other big one that stands out too is like the fact that Gloria, and no one's mentioned it too. This is another thing, the fact that no one's mentioned it, but that Gloria didn't have any injuries to her arms or hands. It's sad, isn't it? It's sad that no one even noticed that or whatever, because like, I don't know. She deserved, like, obviously she deserved better. She deserved someone to question that. And that's such an obvious thing. And I hate that it took me this long to realize it, you know? But someone should have noticed that and said something, you know? Like, it's just, even if it's not the insurance people, because as we're going to learn, they had their own problems with Alex and what was going on. But I mean, anybody, just, it should have come out. It should have come out. Like, that should have been questioned and looked into, that she didn't have injuries on her arms, like, and hands. And there should have been more questions done into the whole thing. But, you know, and then even just looking at the nature of how she was lying, it's just not consistent with a trip and a fall, you know, like, obviously. So I don't know, but there's been a lot of moments. We've had a lot of things. So, yeah, we will pick up with this. I don't know if it'll be tomorrow. I'm trying to think. Maybe. I might be able to do another one tomorrow. So we'll see. It also kind of depends too, because if some more stuff comes out with Koberger documents, I might be covering that if I have the chance. But as always, I will keep everyone posted in the Discord. And I try to post the streams, schedule them on YouTube for as soon as I know, so that way it gives y'all the most amount of time to find out about it and whatever. That's exactly right. I know. Candace saying it's sad they didn't treat her like a person, just an employee of the Murdaughs. Yeah. I mean, again, no one in the family went to the funeral except Alex, but we know why he went. It's just grotesque. Let me make a note of what page I'm on here, because I wanted to see what was some of the things that Eric Bland calls it. There were so many good ones. Oh, I just remembered one of them, morally decrepit. That was the one I was looking for, in reference to your comment, Candace, that because he's morally decrepit. Yeah, that's what I was going to look for. But yeah, it was on page 11. Oh, you guys, that's right. I forgot I'm not sharing my screen anymore. But yeah, I was sorry. I was just scrolling to look on the document to get the quote from Eric Bland, and then I remembered it. So that it was morally decrepit. That's what I was searching for in my brain. So let me make a note that we were on page 11 of the document. So yeah, but I'll let you guys know what's going on for tomorrow. If there's going to be another stream, I'll probably be doing something. I just don't know yet if it'll be, like I said, if there's more BK documents, because there hasn't been anything in a couple of days, and I'm like, it's been quiet. And so that makes me feel like there's probably going to be some more coming soon. So we'll see. I mean, I know that they're gearing up for some deadlines prior to that upcoming hearing. There's going to be some discovery deadlines happening soon. I would imagine we're going to see some filings here in a couple of days, if not already. I haven't checked since this morning, but I feel like there's definitely going to be something. But anyway, you guys are awesome. I love hanging out with you guys and going through all this stuff. It's super great. So one more, we didn't do this, I don't think at all today. Maybe once, but let's just, for good measure. The face is really a good one, isn't it? It's like he's trying to poop or something. I don't even know. I think somebody might have said that before, but yeah. Or like, I think someone else maybe said it was like his mating face. It's just great. But yeah, so we will keep going along tomorrow with something, and let me go ahead and find my outro. All right, and I will see you guys on the next one. Thanks for being here, everybody. Love y'all.